our meeting by having our roll call.
Mayor Neal,
Here.
Councilman Stover,
Here.
Councilman Kingsley,
Here.
Councilwoman Wright,
Here.
Baker, Councilman Roseby,
Here.
Okay. Thank you. And item number 2, our invocation. Councilman Roseby, could you give us our invocation, please?
Father, thankful for this day, this opportunity to come back, take care of the business of the town. We ask your blessings upon this town. We ask your blessings upon this country. We ask that you bless us in the midst of a war. We ask, oh Lord, that you look down upon us, just have mercy on us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 4, Council, before we begin on the adoption of the agenda, I'd like to make a motion that we drop item number 10, which is a resolution to amend the fee schedule for fiscal year 2025 and 26 budget, as well as item number 13, review utility install garbage can fees. And the reason for this is simply there's an ordinance that would be applying to these 2 line items. And they are not ready as of yet. As soon as we drop these until we have those for a later date. And I like to make a motion, get a second. Okay. It's been moved and properly second that we drop line items 10 and line item 13 from the agenda tonight, resolution to amend the fee schedule for the 2025-26 budget, as well as item number 13, review the utility install and garbage can fees. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you. And now, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda, the amended agenda for this evening? It's been moved and properly second that we adopt the amended agenda for this evening. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Council. Moving on, item number 5, approval of the minutes for February 10th, 2026, the regular meeting minutes. If there are no corrections or comments as it relates to that, could I get a motion to approve those minutes?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to, or excuse me, I'd like to make some recommendations on the, under the white flag contribution, paragraph 5, where it says a council member suggested the mayor form. That would be Kim Baker made that recommendation.
Okay,
And also a few more lines down, within 24 hours noted urgency for potential additional cold weather, a council member, that would be myself, Sean Kingsley, by name.
okay. Okay, so noted. Okay. Okay, I had a motion as well as a second. Is that right? Did we get a second for that? Amend for the amendment.
I think since Sean spoke, we have to start.
Okay. Okay, so could I get a motion for approval of the amended minutes with the suggestion for the,
Motion that we accept the amended minutes.
I second that.
okay, it's been moved and properly second that we accept the amended minutes with the suggestions pointed out by Councilman Kingsley for the February 10th, 2026 regular minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Thank you. Item number 6 is public comments. Citizens, this is the time where you can come before the council, and if you have any comments or anything that you would like to share with us, now is the time. And let me say you do have 3 minutes as you come forth. I have on my list Mr. Felix Allen.
time.
Good evening.
Just as a point of reference, I am a retired certified public accountant. I worked in that profession for more than 55 years. I was at the meeting.
And Mr. Allen, your address, please. You have your name and just give your address for the record, please.
408 North Main Street.
Okay. Thank you.
I was at the meeting in November, December, in which your accountant, J.P. Morris, presented the 2023 financial statement. At which time he indicated that since you now had a financial officer on board, he thought that the firm would be able to complete the two delinquent financial statements and keep up with the current year's accounting systems. Obviously, and you have a twofold problem. You don't have a financial officer that can keep up with the current financial matters, which means you have to hire somebody. And secondly, J.P. Morris does not have a person to contact and get the assistance they need to prepare the two delinquent financial statements. The end of the year 26 is upon 3 months, which means there'll be 3 financial statements sitting at them. Nobody seems to appreciate or acknowledge the negative consequence of those two delinquent financial statements. The local government commission has placed the town of Louisburg on the unit assist list, or more appropriately known, the watch list. It limits some of the things the town of Louisburg can do. It diminishes its ability to receive grants and utilize that ability. And then obviously the second problem you have is having a chief financial officer, which you're required to do under the rules. I would suggest as a solution you consider the following. Contact your accounting firm, your auditing firm, contact the local government commission or a personnel agency that deals in financial matters, financial personnel, and request their assistance to hire 2 people, an interim chief financial officer and a person on a per diem basis to come in and be the primary contact for J.P. Morris to bring these audit reports up to date timely and get the town of Louisburg off this watch list and act from under of the local government committee. The town has hired, 4 financial officers in the last 3-4 years. None of them are still here. To me, I think that's an indication that the town doesn't have the human resources ability to qualify, evaluate, check resumes, and determine a person who can perform the duties of the chief financial officer. I encourage you to do what I suggested before. The Utilities Commission, your auditor, but more emphatically, a personnel agency that deals in financial people only. It's going to cost some money, but look at the bill you paid in excess of $120,000 for the audit for 23. You've got 2 more years to look at. If you get a qualified person in here, you're going to reduce that accounting bill at least in half. Mayor Neal, town council members, you were elected to lead us. You have the responsibility to fix this problem and fix it for the future and a long term, not ignore it and let it keep beating us up. And you have the authority to take the actions necessary to do it. I hope you do that. Because this situation with the town of Louisburg is not acceptable. My long-term experience says that any entity that has poor financial records, files reports on a delinquent basis, is ultimately going to have substantial problems with its operations. Town of Louisburg doesn't need that. Please acknowledge your responsibility and exercise your authority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joyce Neff. Mhm. Yes.
Joyce Neff, 203 John Street, Louisburg. I just wanted to say that the chili cook-off Saturday was a big success, and I want to thank chiefly the firehouse, but for everybody that helped. And I'm looking around, and most of you showed up. Most of you got some chili. That's great. But I did want to, the group called Community Cares that meets is composed of social service, interested citizens, and all of the different people that are interested in making sure that our school children do have enough to eat. And you may or may not know, but Lena of the McKinney-Vento program, it's a federal program that takes care of the unhoused and hungry children, and that we have 200 plus in our Franklin County school system at this moment. There were 200 last year, there's 200 plus this year, and so it's a great organization, it's a great federal program, and again, I wanted to thank all of you. To make the thank you more specific, but a general will suffice. Thank you so much, all of you.
You. Joe Wilhelm.
I apologize. I'm meant to speak on agenda item 15. I signed in thinking that was the purpose.
Oh, okay, okay. Mr. Wilhelm, okay. All right. Item number, Mr. Reggie Best.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and fellow members. I was, as you all know, we have been experiencing a great deal of heat, high weather heat in this region, in North Carolina and on the East Coast over the last couple of years, I believe. During the summer months, we've actually went up to almost 100-degree days. And last year I thought about it, but I kind of held off because you all was working on so many projects. I didn't want to bring it to the council at that time. But I thought about a sprinkler system in the park for mothers with little kids from the age of 2 or 3 years old up to about 11 or 12. It's a simpler system, not a swimming pool or nothing like that, but more or less like a heat deterrent type of situation. Not nothing big, just something where they can come in the park and get, they have mist, they have like little water sprinklers, and it's actually, I've seen them and been at them before, and they're very comfortable and they're very enjoyable. Kids love it. I mean, they actually cried when the parents tried to take them away from the park. And I thought about that for our city, for our little kids, and I thought that would be something I would just bring. I haven't really did a lot of footwork looking into the cost of it, but I do know that you probably have to have a pump system and connected to the water system. I guess the fire department would know a little bit about how that operates, but that's I just thought about that, and I thought that would be something good for the parents and the kids in our city to have a refuge to go to chill off. Because who knows, the day was 80-something degrees, and it's springtime. So, you know, by the time we reach July, the heat is gonna be here. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you. Mr. Best, could you give your address for the record, please?
My name is Reggie Best. I'm at 506 Ford Circle here in Louisburg.
Thank you. Beverly Kegley.
Beverly Kegley, 120 Jolly Street, Louisburg. Mayor Neal, Town Council, and citizens. I got a couple things, because you know I can't come with just one. The first one is from St. Matthias Episcopal Church. I don't know how many of you have been by, but we've been doing a lot of work on our church, and we're very excited about it. One of the problems that we're seeing now is trying to get across the street where we park. And so I've learned that we do need to talk with the DOT, but I wanted you all to know that we are going to be asking the DOT about a crosswalk. It's a little dangerous there sometimes. So that's one thing. And the other thing is the Franklin County Interfaith Council will again be working with the town of Louisburg. Mayor Neal and I have talked about it, and Mr. Satterwhite and I have, about projects during Global Youth Day of Service, which is the 25th of April. The two projects that we're looking at right now is some work at the park on Main and Allen. And then we will, again, I guess it'll be an annual thing, clean the bike path. And there are some other things on the bike path that we've been requested to look at. So we'll try to get this in so it can go out to everybody with the utility bills, but please support our young people as they're out here working to make our town better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanya Kelly. Tania.
Hello, I am Tanya Kelly, and I have a presentation here. Thank you so much for popping this up here. I am the director of collective
Could you
arts.
give me your address?
Oh, I'm sorry,
for your record?
1455 Ronald Farrington Road.
Okay. And this presentation, is it within 3 minutes? Can it
We
be-
gonna shoot for it. Yeah,
Okay.
we got goals.
All right.
Absolutely.
So do we.
Okay, all right. So we have coming up in April, on April 25th, 2026, the Berg Arts Festival. It is a continuation of our Art Crawl series. This will be the 3rd time that we have thrown an art event in downtown Louisburg. This year, we're calling it the Berg Arts Fest because we are looking for to create some town pride. We are looking for the town to buy into an arts and creative festival. Next slide, please. That is our current map of activities. It starts with 3 Lions Pub, 210 Nash, Tarbanks Brewery, Thrifties, Backwoods Wizards. Those are the businesses that have already bought into and agreed to host artists, either inside or outside of their businesses. The idea is art vendors will have a chance to sell their creations at this event. And then initially, we will be providing free activities for the families as well, music, dancing, and some goat interactions as well in the alley behind 3 Lions Pub. Next slide, please. Here's a community art installation where we have gamified art in the form of a paint throw. So there will be Nerf footballs coated in paint. We will give participants protective wear, and it will be in an enclosed tent where the balls will be dipped in paint and people are encouraged to hurl that ball as fast as they can at a blank canvas, creating a splatter art installation. This installation we will be offering up to the town to display at wherever you think is best as a community art installation, a celebration of the community coming together and creating something. Next, please. This is an example of last year where we had our GOAT interactions and kids art activities. These will continue to grow this year in the form of face painting. Of course, you saw the art splatter, music, drawing at the goats, paint and sips for the adults. There's a lot of stuff for the whole family. Next slide, please. This year, we have also commissioned an artist to create a mascot that represents arts and Louisburg. As you will see, orange and blue are Lewis's colors. His name is Louis the Bird Cat, and he will be on different coloring sheets. You will see him all over social media and in different iterations at the actual event on April 25th. Next, please. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about collective arts and what we provide. We have been administrating, facilitating, running a countywide event calendar because I believe that that is a resource that all of the county can use. Where to go, what to do. There's so many Facebook events, so many Eventbrites, but what if it was all in one place? So we have that here on our website, collectiveartsfc.org/calendar. Next, please. And then I wanted to talk about local government funding of different arts councils in North Carolina. In 2021, Franklin County spent 7 cents per person on the arts in the form of $5,000 that was provided to the then Franklin County Arts Council. Franklin County since then has not appeared on this list. Local government funding of local arts councils, you will see there in the second from the left column, that is the amount of our population. We're probably, that was in 21, 22, so we're probably more like 75, actually closer to 80,000 people now. And so I tried to find other counties that were close and just under. And I just wanted to point out that the types of funding that you will see that these local governments are providing on the county level as well as the city level. Every little bit counts. Even the city of Whiteville is giving $500 to their different arts councils. Others range up to $2,000 on up to $12,000. So I just wanted to make everyone aware that Franklin County has not appeared on this local government funding run by the North Carolina Arts Council since 2021. And Collective Arts of Franklin County is mighty happy to help us break that record if you so choose. We have many things that we have in store. Like I said, we want to be a resource for every municipality and every community member, not just the artists. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to say thank you again and show our flyer there. I have these little handbills here, and if anybody would like to, please feel free to scan that QR code to access a digital copy of this presentation. Everyone on the town council, I will be emailing you this presentation as well as the arts funding reports from NC Arts Council. Would you like one of these? Can I get them?
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Kelly, thank you for that presentation. The reason why I asked for 3 minutes is that if you knew it was going to be that, you would have had an opportunity to put a line item on the agenda, and that would have prevented you from being under that, under that timeline. So that's just a point of information. Next time you bring some information to it.
I will be back for the next town hall. This event is April 25th, and so there's another second Tuesday for me to get on.
Okay.
This is just an appetizer. All right.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Mullen. Good afternoon.
I'm here tonight because I wanted to just stay abreast of the rezoning for Sandalwood. So I'm really totally unprepared if that's not on the table tonight. And maybe a couple hours ago, I received information that there's going to be another rezoning brought to the table tonight. So we still have our concerns about density, infrastructure, traffic concerns. Our concerns are numerous. Our stance in our neighborhood has not changed. One of my neighbors that's moved into the neighborhood who wanted to love calling Louisburg his home for 2 years has already left my neighborhood because he knew what was about to come. So I'm really unprepared tonight until I get some information about the new rezoning. But I know that between the 25 units that were pre-approved on Sandalwood Avenue turned into over 50 units. They took that off the table and then they came back to the table with 68 units after they purchased another piece of property, which was a very calculated move, I must say. It was a very calculated corporate move because we're not trying to negotiate on a sale on a used car. We're talking about the density involved and all the concerns that we have. Louisburg, I'm not a Facebook person, but on the town of Louisburg, they have some kind of site for the town of Louisburg where there were over 180 comments on the traffic and the density right there in front of Sheets. And if another development went in right there at the Tar River Bridge, you don't be able to take a right turn. And then all of that traffic is going to have to go back out onto the boulevard. And at some point, it's our understanding that a median is going to be there from the Sheets. And most of the traffic heads south on 401. So we have a lot of concerns about that. But now that I have received information about the new rezoning for more housing, I'll have to come back with my other concerns. And I'm all for affordable housing because I'm retired. I prepared for retirement, but a lot of people that are my age, I see a few of them in the room, not a lot, but a lot of them, they don't prepare for retirement. They live for the moment to the last minute. And, you know, change is inevitable, growth is inevitable, but we still have a lot of concerns. So after I hear some information about the new rezoning proposal for 0 Tanglewood, then I'll be back with some more questions and concerns. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
119 Pinewood Circle.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Ray Staff.
Yes, sir. Ray Staff, 405 Sunset Avenue. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for everything you do and thank you for this time. I just had a few questions I wanted to bring up. I know the pump station issue is going to be discussed tonight. My understanding, 6 of 7 pump stations are significantly degraded. 2 of those 6 will be receiving some kind of emergency repair here near term. And I also understand there's a grant request in motion. What I was hoping is possibly whoever's briefing tonight can give us an idea of what the risks are today and going forward. If the grant doesn't come, what's the risk to the community and are there some mitigation plans involved there? Because I've heard the pumps being a problem brought up several times, but I've never heard what are the risks to the community. So any enlightenment on that would be appreciated. Next questions are kind of pointed to the financial matter that the first gentleman spoke to. This wasn't a tag team effort, but it might be an indication of how big of a concern some of the financial issues are. I have 4 questions here, I think. First one was a status report on the audits. We really haven't heard anything since about the November, December timeframe.
And I was just reviewing some of the minutes and the notes and the contract with the auditor and so forth. And I noticed in our last budget that we had $75,000 line item for the projected cost of the audit. And I believe the actual audit cost is in excess of $160,000. And I think we have additional expenses coming over and above that. And I don't know if that's been discussed, if the budget has been amended, and are we still a balanced budget? Are we going backwards? Some insight on that, a possible brief would really be appreciated. Also, the last two audits did recommend that the town upgrade their financial management software. I want to know what the status of that is. Have we taken that action? Because that would significantly lower the cost as well as the timeliness of our future audits. And speaks also to what the first gentleman was saying too. And obviously we need a CFO, but we also need some good software that all the departments within the town can be on the same page and operate effectively and quickly. We were seeing monthly financial reports for almost a year. It's been a little over a year since we've seen those. I would request that those financial reports continue and be, I don't know if our bylaws changed. I believe it's still a requirement. And without a monthly financial report, at least it gives me even greater concern every month that goes by, no financial report. Makes me wonder, are we really heading in the right direction? Or are we going backwards? Did not know that, this is not a poke. I didn't realize we were currently without a financial officer. That has to be resolved quickly, as the first gentleman made a point. So yeah, that's my questions, and a brief on the financial status of the community would be wonderful sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staff. And let me just say, citizens, your comments are taken very seriously. Even though we may not answer you at this point, but you can receive an answer to your questions as well as all of the other comments that were made here tonight. And I just want to reassure you that those comments that you bring to us will not go unanswered or nothing being done about it. Transparency is extremely important to us. So just wanted to reiterate that. And again, thank you all for your comments. Okay. Item number 7, technology general use policy. Mr. Harris.
Mayor, members of Town Council, I, James Harris, Director of Information Technology here at Town of Louisburg, want to get a technology general use policy adopted. Some background on that. The town utilizes various technology systems to conduct municipal operations and deliver public services. Establishing a formal technology general use policy provides clear standards governing the lawful, secure, and appropriate use of town-owned and town-authorized technology resources. The purpose of this policy. The proposed policy establishes acceptable use standards, security responsibilities, and public records compliance, and enforcement provisions consistent with North Carolina law and municipal best practices. I used a couple of North Carolina general statutes, chapter 168 for municipal government, chapter 132, PR, public records, chapter 143B, the information technology and cybersecurity general statute. There is no fiscal impact associated with the adoption of this policy. Staff recommends adoption of the technology general use policy as presented. I move that the Town of Louisburg Town Council accept the technology general use policy as presented, effective upon adoption.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Harris from the council? If not,
it looks pretty thorough. You've done your homework with your reference to general statute. I think it's good guidelines.
okay. If no other questions, could we get a motion to approve?
Motion that we approve that.
It's been moved and properly second that we approve this motion for the technology general policy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 8, resolution to install pet waste station along North and South Main Street. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. First item I have for you tonight is we've had a recent request to install pet waste stations along North and South Main Street. Regular dog walker stopped in my office and thought it would be a great idea to install pet waste stations along some of the primary pet walking routes in town, which is pretty much primarily Main Street. And of course, we can see the benefits. You know, uncollected pet waste is a nuisance. It's a hazard, and it affects the physical appearance of public parks and recreational spaces. We went out and evaluated some possible locations, and want you guys to consider stations at Allen Lane Park, which is on the north side of town at North Main. Edgerton Park is at the south side of town at South Main. And we also want you to consider both sides of West Noble Street at North Main Street. And that's kind of a halfway point on the north route. The thing to remember, because the original request was to install them along North Main Street, but we didn't want to get in any conflict with the DOT right of way. So if we set it on our street, we can still place the stations in a right of way. The thing to remember is, though it's a right of way, people see that as their property and their yard. And so we want to be mindful that if that's considered, or, you know, the way we move forward, somebody's going to have a pet waste station, you know, in their yard. So it might not be loose, but it's still a pet waste station, and it's right there. So that's just something to keep in mind if you have any questions or discussion about the request.
I'll comment on that. I think the parks are great ideas. That covers north and south. I am a Main Street dog walker. The college is the trash can that I use, and I feel very sorry for whoever manages their waste, because I'm sure it's quite a lot of pet waste in that trash can. So the parks are clever solutions, but like you said, the right of way, it would be in a person's yard or potentially a church's yard. So the Noble Street points become a challenge. But with the college being a block away from that, and then downtown having waste bins already, that maybe we don't need the Noble Street locations. Maybe there's somewhere else we could take better advantage of our own. Dr. Stover, you have any thoughts? I know you're big on the pet policies.
I don't think the church would object. And catacorner from that is a person who doesn't live here, and it has a very broad area. And you know, what I would suggest is you contact the people involved. The other side is Lucy Allen's property, and she may be amenable. So why don't we approve the two parks and table the Noble Street, give you a chance to speak with the, I'll check with the church to see if there's anybody has any objection. But you can call Will Yarbrough. He lives up in Alexandria. I have his phone number if you want it. And then maybe talk with Lucy Allen and see what her feelings are about it. See if they have any objections. If they don't, then go ahead and proceed.
I want to know how often would these be serviced?
They'll be serviced at least weekly.
Weekly? Okay.
So that'll be part of our morning route.
Because I'm concerned with Edgerton Park, because sometimes, you know, you have people walking through there, hanging out there sometimes, and there's no telling what they'll do to your trash can there. So I'm letting you know in front. So
We
I
do
mean,
have
I can
locks on
understand.
some of our trash cans, to make it a little more difficult to get in and dig through the waste. So that's a possibility.
Just so I'm clear, are these gonna be, how are these gonna be fixated? To a utility pole, to?
They're gonna be standalone units mounted in the dirt. They'll have a can and a sign with language that, of course, encourages proper disposal, and have a container for bags to be withdrawn from.
So I've also heard some concerns from our citizens that, they'd like to see more trash cans available. My wife and I, well, let's say my wife, she encourages me to go with her. I try to go for a walk. Last week, for example, we took an opportunity. We walked the bike path, which was a great opportunity, go through. And I think we picked up 3 bags worth of trash along the way. So I think, what are the possibilities that maybe we can install something like this along the bike path for people that are using it? We ran into a few families that were going through there. And then I also think about some trash cans. Can we put trash cans in areas further up along North Main Street, also along the bike path? It's just an idea. And then also some of the trash cans that I've seen, they're starting to look a little rough, some broken edges that are, as we start getting into the Friday nights in the tar, might be unsafe, especially for the youth or anybody, elderly, if they reach in, scrape their arm, et cetera. I think these are a great area for us to touch in on, for the concerns for our citizens as well.
So with that, I would second Councilwoman Baker and say Edgerton Park, Allen Lane Park, and then maybe we could do, you can get a pack of 4 for $1,000. So, and then maybe 2 along the bike trail, and then also revisit with the property owners.
I do know there are some property owners who are
For a
passively
later
begging
date.
for a street trash can and would be happy to let me place one in front of their right of way.
Yeah, and with this, like all things, with the trash cans that y'all are discussing, is if we don't know, we can't
Yeah.
pursue it. So when the concerns come, let us know and we can present that and try to get some action to happen.
We're talking with locks and without locks.
I do not recall if they have locks right now, but
They have the
They have-
hardware.
they have a lid. It's a weatherproof lid with a bag. I would guess that it has a lock, but we can double check.
Which one?
Okay.
Lee, you said these would be $1,000 for a pack of 4?
Yes.
So how many are we looking at purchasing, if we were to put this into place? Are we aiming for 4 from what I can tell from your notes?
Yeah, the initial thought was 4, the 2 parks, both sides of Noble, but if we pull Noble, we could still put 2 along the bike paths, or 2 along the bike path. We could have 4 throughout town.
Is there an extra cost for bags that are gonna go in there or anything like that?
The bag, they come with a box of spare bags, and then waste bags, and then just like our trash bags and the decorative cans downtown would be just a continued overhead expense.
I think this is a great idea personally myself. I think it promotes walkability throughout our downtown and, a friendliness, caring environment that we have, and showing, visitors from the different areas and also our community that, we're taking this into concern. My main concern is that we make sure that we stay on top of them and maintain them properly. I applaud the idea.
I think it's worth a shot.
Okay. Any other questions? Council? Okay. If no other questions, can we get a motion to approve this?
I'll move that we approve this resolution with the 2 parts definitely and the 2 alternate locations, TBD, depending, property owner consult.
Okay. Because it's been moved and properly second that we approve the resolution for installation of a pet waste station with the amendments and considerations of the adjustments that we just talked about in that. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Okay. Item number 9, resolution to enter contract for power line tree trimming. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council. This request is to grant the town administrator permission to enter into an agreement with Asplin Tree Experts for tree trimming our electrical utility easement. In this case, we're looking to trim the utility easements along our North Main Street primary high voltage lines, and give you a little background that tree trimming and power line easements is critical for maintaining public safety, electrical grid reliability, and preventing environmental hazards such as fires. Vegetation is the leading cause of power outages, particularly during severe weather. So we're a member of Electricities. Electricities contracts or coordinates with Asplin to set contract pricing for its members. So it's vetted through we don't have to go to outside procurement process. They charge basically by the day. They've got rates for labor, equipment, and how they go about their work. So it's not necessarily a set contract. So we've reached out to Asplin because it's been a while since we've had some tree work done, and Asplin has estimated that this stretch of our utility easement is going to run approximately $30,000. Our tree budget line was approved this year for $50,000. And the thing to keep in mind with this request is, remember, we gave a heads up that tree trimming is coming. We've been working with Asplin to get pricing, and we're working to secure hopefully a third-party arborist, a certified arborist, because the next step is to hold a community meeting. You know, street trees are a sensitive topic in every organization, so we want to be as forthcoming with information. We want to explain, you know, why. That's the biggest reason. And so though we are asking to sign the contract, our intent is to not move forward until we've had a community meeting and, of course, made announcements via social media, Facebook, the newspaper, because we just want to be as prepared as we can. So once the meeting takes place, then we're good to go, rather than try to get everything to line up with the future meeting to sign the contract. We're wanting to just be as prepared as we can for the tree trimming to take place. So my request is to authorize the town administrator to enter into an agreement with Asplin as a member of Electricities.
Question.
I had a call folks on Sunset. Is there plans to trim down along Sunset also?
Yes, so North Main is our intent is to contract with Asplin for the high voltage utility easement. All of the dead trees that have dead, dying, and diseased trees along Sunset, Church, Elm, in and around that area, we're going to try to take care of ourselves and, you know, cut them down, either grind the stump or cut it off as low as we can, and then consider options for either replanting, or do we prefer a clean aesthetic. But those we're hoping we can do ourselves. They're smaller, they're a lot less involved.
I thought that was the plan.
Yep.
One of the concerns that I would echo, you know, what Dr. Stover said, you know, his concerns, you know, are we going to run into a situation where we have an unfinished haircut, to be blunt, you know, and I've talked to you about this before. The aesthetics of how your downtown looks for your community, and we go back to the walkability and everything else and how it, you know, promotes us as a community. If we don't finish the job, what are we doing? Who's gonna determine, I understand that you're saying, we're gonna finish the job ourselves. Are we paying extra time and effort and money for Asperlinda to come in and, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and take this tree down, and then our team comes in, takes down a tree that's already been trimmed out? Are we wasting taxpayer dollars doing that, time, energy, and money? Are we, and I'm sorry if you want me to stop and let you finish that. Are we in a position where, we have these trees that are just topped off and it just does not look good? And that's just my opinion and the echoes that I'm hearing from the community, but.
Right, and trimming for aesthetics, to my understanding, is not the goal when it comes to maintaining utility easements. They're trimmed to maintain the health of the tree, which does not always leave a pleasing tree. Our tree policy does state that if a tree is rooted on a private property and it's in our easements, the homeowner will be informed and they can have the tree trimmed at their expense to their liking, or probably a more aesthetic looking tree. The other thing, the $50,000 does not go far when it comes to this type of work. So we know we're several years past due. So you're going to have one section of the utility easement, or North Main, from about Franklin Street all the way up to 401. That's going to be trimmed. And then all of the other easements and utility easements are going to be still overgrown. So if we're looking to go further with the money, I think something to consider would be, do we plan several years and try to get a bigger lump sum and do, $100,000 or $200,000 contract and make a bigger dent across our whole utility grid? And just, we're easing into this, but maybe we need to ease a little bit more. And is that a better option? Is, like I said, $200,000, it goes further. Our guys can still get rid of the dead, diseased, and dying trees, the small ones, but the bigger trees, the more historic trees along our historical district, more money would go further. But with that, we could also, spend 6-8 months, a year meeting regularly with an arborist, or figuring out how other towns are dealing with their street trees, right? It's not just a street tree, it's a historic district, it's a street tree, there's memories and emotions attached to these things, and there's just a lot to consider. And like I said, though we feel like we're easing into this, it might not be exactly ideal to pump the brakes and reevaluate, but it's definitely something to consider as we talk through it together.
Is there a,
Okay, so you've already decided what trees will come down?
The trees aren't necessarily going to come down. They're going to be pruned away from the power lines.
Okay, so that's just in the historic district. Is that what you were saying?
So the initial wave is on our primary power line. So our highest voltage line runs from Franklin Street to 401 on North Main. So we have power line utility easements all throughout town, in town, some are running through the woods. But this is our primary concern. So that's why we chose to start there.
Now, is there a consistency in the way these trees will be trimmed? As I've seen some towns and talked with some of the mayors in certain districts of their towns, as these power lines go, there's some in which they have, the trees are trimmed such that the lines will run directly through the trees. Is there a standard on how that's done? Or is it just, just trim just to get it off the power
I think
line?
it's gonna be a tree by tree basis. Like you said, you've got some where the power line has run through the middle of a tree and they've done their best to cut around it.
Yeah.
You see often they kind of take like an L shape out of a tree to clear and that's meant again for the health of the tree, not necessarily aesthetics. And so it's a case by case. And to reiterate, we're trimming, we're not clear cutting trees.
Okay.
It's to,
But the ones that are diseased, they are coming down, you said?
yeah, the Sunset, Church, and Elm, they've got a lot of dead, diseased, and dying trees. And they were pruned, they were most likely topped several years ago, and that's been determined to not be the industry standard anymore.
Who makes the decision on what this tree fits in what criteria, disease and dying? Are we trusting a licensed arborist that comes through? And basically, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's a very broad spectrum of what this may cost. The saying it's estimating that it could cost us around $30,000. I can, get a lot for $30,000. I can get very little for $30,000.
Right. So Asplund has on-staff arborists. They would be responsible for their portion of trimming. We are working to secure an arborist, and they would come in and, of course, we're planning to mark all the trees that we want to take down on the backside, Elm, Church, Sunset, and we can coordinate with an arborist for those discussions. And so it's really two separate scopes, internal, external. The external scope, we budgeted 50,000. They're telling us it's going to be about 30,000. So there's a chance it could go to 50,000. But once we reach that number, we can just stop and hopefully we've made it all the way to 401.
I think it's important that we address this, but I also think it's equally as important to consider our pros and cons and how this weighs out. I'm not speaking against this because it's a need. Safety is something that's of highest importance for the community. And I also think of the brownout situations that we experienced through the storm season, through the summer months. We have a lot of citizens who are affected of this on a regular basis, some that are here tonight. And it's something to consider, reinventing the wheel to do it, putting the cart before the horse. I think it's important that we consider bringing in somebody of licensed arborists to give us an evaluation, possibly if they really want the job bad enough. An evaluation, I get a lot of bids that come to my jobs where they come in and do those bids for free and say, look, I could do this. And that leads to the other question is, how have we put this out to a bid process based on everything that you're telling us tonight? Or have we just reached out to the most commonality contractor that we've used on a regular basis?
It's the pre-approved contractor through electricities. That's
Okay.
what he was saying, that it saved us the RFP process.
Is there anything from stopping us from tapping into that other network if needed? Can we get more
What
bang
I'm
for our
hearing
buck?
from everyone, even your own feedback, Lee, is it might be best to wait until we can dedicate more financial resources, because 30 or 50 grand for tree trimming, it's not going to get you very far. We might end up where it's worse than where we started, that we want to do this correctly, engage a professional arborist, be able to have those community conversations, and you can go on the tree by tree basis. That I'm not seeing any reason to rush. That yes, the power outages and brownouts are an issue, but trimming 3 trees isn't going to that. I would like to wait and make sure we do this correctly, not rush into it, and make a bigger mistake.
Well, and to kind of echo that, I think we can secure an arborist. We can bring them through our internal scope. We can report back. We can then bring them through the scope that we have considered for contract work. And that way we have a side-by-side comparison of 2 professional opinions.
Have your team identified any of these trees?
Our team has been through Sunset, Church, and Elm, and we get several complaints about the aesthetics of those trees, and those are trees that we feel comfortable removing ourselves. However, we do want to identify all of those trees. And to Councilman Kingsley's point, while they're here, it won't hurt to have the arborist look at them. And because then really y'all can decide, like, it might be the ugliest looking tree, but the arborist would say it's healthy, but then we have to make that decision.
I'm just wondering where the $30,000, you identifying $30,000.
Asplund brought in one of their project managers to give us an idea, because we have not bid contracted tree work for several years. And so he rode through the easement and estimated that from Franklin Street to 401 along North Main would be approximately 30,000.
So he's
No, we have that
doing
budget,
that
right?
for perspective.
Yeah, we
or
have 50,000 allocated.
If
already.
he's not the arborist.
No, he works for Asplund.
Okay, so,
But we could use some of this money to secure a contract with an arborist to give us that outside perspective.
That's what I would like. I think that's useful. And then to actually have the community meetings rather than say we're gonna do it and put it off, because there's social media comments, people emailing us, but nothing beats that face-to-face one-on-one interaction. So that's what I would personally see, that maybe use what we allocated to look for an arborist, like you said, have the meeting, but otherwise we'll wait until we're more prepared.
Okay.
I thought you said, Asplund has their own staff arborists.
They do.
You don't feel that that would be adequate? Again, the one that works for Asplund is gonna be more for health of the tree and utility maintenance, not aesthetics.
And it's a two-part process, really. I mean, you know, we're servicing our community with the look, but also the safety. You know, because we've fallen behind in something, we're trying to play catch up again.
And I think, again, once this thought just came, so I apologize, but it might be determined, the council might determine that we're gonna have a little more cost, but we are gonna trim these trees aesthetically along that high voltage corridor, because it's the historic district, because these are significant trees to the community. And so there's a bunch of different alternatives, and obviously the more we talk about it, the more these ideas come up. And so there's a lot of moving pieces to this.
How long do you think it would take for us to get a community outreach meeting together where we have some of these, some of our citizens come to the table with some concerns? Because, I mean,
I'd like to have the arborist secured. I would realistically May. We'll secure an arborist.
So arborist for May.
Well, we would secure an arborist in April. Community meeting in May would be my hope.
And then the other thing to think about, you know, tree trimming tends to get more expensive in the summer towards the fall time because you get into storm season. So if we allocate some of these funds that we have currently, maybe for emergency trees, like high need where we're affecting a brownout, not maybe hitting all of them, and then coming back and, you know, cleaning it up a bit. And if we have a more realistic approach in terms of, you know, what our bid process looks like, and instead of, you know, kind of, no offense, you know, it feels like we're getting not all the information in terms of the funding of what it's going to cost.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going to cost somewhere around $30,000. Well, that $30,000 could quickly become $37,000. You know, I mean, we would hope that they would do their due diligence and give us an accurate and true number. I'd like to try to hold them to the grindstone a little bit more about a real accurate cost, so we're not taxing our citizens too much, but also giving them what they deserve, which is a good downtown.
Yeah. Okay.
So what do we do? Do we just not?
I know what I'm hearing.
I don't
I think so, yeah.
because that means we have to vote on it again in another month.
Right.
So
Well,
what are our options to resolve it from this agenda?
can I make a motion?
I think we need to deny the request.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think,
I think we'd like to make a motion that we deny the request, but that we take into consideration of hiring an arborist or seeking out an arborist for the evaluation of healthy or diseased and dying trees.
and what that looks like. And then if we could get a basis of a real cost on addressing these emergency needs for trees, so we're not affecting our citizens with brownouts through the storm season. If I could make that motion, long-winded, you can all.
So we move that we do not approve the resolution, but give Lee some homework.
Yeah, if we could do that.
I have one question.
Please.
Would you prefer to contract, or not necessarily contract, but hire two separate arborists to have, you can check the assumptions of the one? And I say that because I've been through a similar process in the past, and we went through 3 arborists because we had one, then the council said, well, we need a second opinion, and then we need a third, and they all varied just enough. And then, of course, we let.
It's always good to have multiple opinions, but it might depend on how the RFP process goes.
If I want the job, I go out and I earn it back.
Right.
And my quotes are great. I'm not spending my customers' money where they haven't not earned my trust. I would ask the same of our contractors that come to Louisburg and use our taxpayers' dollars.
What is the cost of the audits?
We don't know that yet.
I don't know. It might be a flat fee. It might be, time and travel by the hour.
Okay, so
They're probably all a little different.
We have several local arborists that are.
So I don't see why we can't have at least 2 or 3.
As long as the cost is. Like I
right there,
earn the
I
job,
don't even want to even spend anything. Because if you have one come in to give you an estimate or tell you about one tree and another come in and tell you something different about that same tree, which one do you believe? And from what Mr. Felix just told us, and we know what we are going through.
Well, this time we're not approving spending any money. It's more to let him do further research, put out an RFP to see what the quotes would be.
Okay, so we'll say that we will not approve this one and let's do for further research, make it simple.
What about the
It's a motion on the floor.
motion on the table?
Oh, okay. That's your.
I'll
Yes,
second.
Okay.
So I make a motion that we seek out arborists to come in to give us an evaluation, a real evaluation of what trees are diseased and dying. So when we speak with a said contractor, they can give us a real figurative price on what the actual dollar amount could be.
Okay.
But deny the.
But deny
resolution.
by then denying, the primary.
To be clear, if you vote affirmative, this is really to deny. The
Correct.
resolution.
Yeah. I second that.
Okay, so it has been moved and properly second that we deny this present resolution and seek out 2 or 3 arborists. What was that? 3 arborists? 2. What was in your motion?
I think
At least 2? At least 2 arborists.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think 3 would be redundant. I think to keep the work on it.
for further consideration. Okay,
We don't need to spin the wheel.
all right, so you understand what the motion is. Okay, and it's been properly second. Now vote, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Next one is, what's that?
The cemetery.
Yeah, recognizing for Guidance Cemetery on South Main and Mineral Springs Road with a former name and plaque.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the Town Council. So last fall, we informed or introduced some of the members of council to a forgotten cemetery which resides near the intersection of South Main and Mineral Springs Road. We did that because we knew it was a cemetery and we added it to the mowing contract with Valencia Lawn Care. So we've done a little research. We've reached out to, I would say, local historians, maybe people that are really familiar with the area. We got as much information as we could. Just give you the quick summary. town owns and maintains a cemetery at South Main and Mineral Springs Road. And it's been long forgotten, yet it's the final resting place for many former members of our community. The cemetery is understood to be an African-American cemetery containing approximately 142 unnamed graves and has no formal recognition. Staff has begun and will continue to clean up the cemetery grounds and is requesting that council consider adopting a formal name and adding a plaque or sign with a paragraph of remembrance for this cemetery. We provided you guys with 4 suggestions for names and 3 ideas to consider for a paragraph of remembrance. We're thinking that we'll place this on a sign and mount it to the gate. The cemetery will remain locked, but we do find it important to acknowledge that it's a cemetery, it's part of the community, and because it's been forgotten for so long, we believe that that paragraph of remembrance would go a long way for those that are there and those that might know people that are there that so the 4 suggestions, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay.
But I have a comment.
So if you will, the suggestions, of course, are what we came up with. Maybe you have had time to make a suggestion of your own. The cemetery at South Main, cemetery at Mineral Springs Road, Southside Memorial Park, or I have in parentheses a proposed name, Historic African American Cemetery. So it could be the town of Louisburg, any number of names could fit in that those parentheses. The paragraphs, do you prefer that I read those? Or have you guys read them enough?
Can we add a name to that? Can we add a name to this?
It's open.
Yeah, these are our suggestions, but ultimately, it was, the hope was to get you guys to consider both of these things, but we're ultimately the choice is yours, and we just want to, be a part of making this happen.
I think it's a great idea, but we definitely like a focus group.
Yeah.
So you would like to, you want to do it?
Okay, no, I was gonna say, Mary Green Johnson had checked out the cemetery over 10 years ago. She had a class come down from North Carolina Central University, and they used the machine. That's when they found all the graves. That's why we have the headstones out there now. But it was something she found. She said all this information is in the town hall. C.L. Garble helped her to find it. And she said it was something about Pilgrim Progressive. Now, also, when I was church secretary in South Main Street, we had some books saying Pilgrim Progressive Church. And she said that was the, supposedly Miss Florine told me, it was the church that was on the corner. So I think that cemetery has a name already. And she had some information, and but like I said, when I finished reading, it was like Saturday, and she said, well, I'll try to get it to you as soon as I possibly can. So I was thinking about that name, and when she go through her stuff, she would bring it to me. So I want to know if we can table this to next month.
We're not naming it tonight. We are just
Okay, that's
saying
what I
we
meant.
won't identify it, but obviously we would
Yeah,
have a word.
because she
And that's
has-
great that
She
if
has information on that cemetery.
the research has already been done, we just need to consult with a
Right.
historian. I think that's excellent. But no, we're not naming it tonight. It's just saying we intend.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. And because she did identify some of the.
I would like to add a name to this list of the gentleman who took care of this cemetery for many years, unpaid. And that is Harold Green.
So, You said you have a friend or acquaintance that has the research. That
Mary
you
Green Johnson used to be on the council.
I understand that, but it was two different things that you said, maybe through South Bend
Oh,
Missionary Baptist, there's maybe a historian that could help, and then maybe Pam could help
I
look
saw some
for the records
materials
in
from
town
the
hall.
church name, and she said, and that's when she pulled up some stuff. She said,
Yeah.
but
I'm just trying, yeah, what we need to follow
So
up with.
if
There
we-
may be records at
No, I
town
was just
hall.
saying, if we really want to name this place, let's try to use a name that was there, if we
Agreed.
can possibly find.
I'm just saying our follow-up action.
And I bet Mr. Green knew
We can check
everybody
with
that was
That
out
name
there.
is lost. That name is lost. If nobody knows what that name is, then why not be fresh? If
Yeah.
we knew that.
And we can try to reach out to,
And
Miss
it
Mary
wasn't-
Green Johnson.
It wasn't just mainly African American. She told me it was the town cemetery. Everybody was buried there.
okay, and so,
And then that's when they split and start buried on the north and then start on the
okay,
east.
so that's a little different than
Mhm.
So maybe
what I had learned, but,
From there.
Historic.
but I think to Councilwoman Baker's point is maybe a small committee and, we can keep researching internally and presenting, as we find out information and maybe just share it via email or something so you guys have it. You can sit on it for a while and,
We might be able to tap into the NC State archives as well, to go back and see if there's any recognition, through there. I mean, back in the day, Kenwood was the place to live, so, I mean, there's a lot of recognition that I'm sure that is documented up in that area. And I mean, myself, I can't speak for knowing anything about any of this, but I would rely on the community members that live in that area that may have some relation, or even just understanding the recognition. So if we're tapping into those resources, I'm maybe reaching out to the churches, I would say, that are in that area and getting, advice. If we start there, at least we got boots on the ground in that
This is
direction.
more of a community effort and not necessarily a formal action at the council. Betty and Reverend, would you want to kind of take responsibility for following up with a focus group consulting the historians, whether, I agree, if it has a historical name that we can recover, that would be an excellent choice. But I would agree with you too, that if we can't find it, the longtime caretaker
Yeah,
would be a
right.
good suggestion.
and then we can just execute at staff level, whatever y'all discover and
Okay,
put that into place.
all right, so the motion would be that we, table it?
No, we approve this
Approve
because it doesn't say we name it tonight. It's just that we intend to do the work to give it a name.
Okay, can I get a motion then, as we include in our, what we've
I'll move
discussed?
that we adopt this and then have the community follow up to see if it's historical name identified or otherwise appropriate.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that we adopt the, this for the cemetery pending, what, more research?
Yeah, the official name
Well,
and
the
the
official
additional.
name,
Okay.
if possible.
Okay,
And then in that work too, they can work on the memorial paragraph. But I appreciate your suggestions.
okay. All right. So you've heard the motion? The second? Get a second?
Pastor, second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second, that we'll adopt this cemetery, recognition of it. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Okay. Thank you again. Okay, let's see. Okay, the next is, speed humps on the 200 block of Edgewood. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, members of Town Council. Late last year, if you recall, we installed speed humps along the 100 block of Edgewood and Allen Lane due to concerns reported by residents of speeding vehicles. And we brought it to you because our ordinance makes no reference to the addition of speed humps within town limits or on our streets. And so we want to inform you that there's been another request, except further down on the 200 block of Edgewood Drive, specifically on both sides of Bonner Place. We're anticipating putting in 2 sets between 205 and 211 Edgewood Drive, and between 208 and 212 Edgewood Drive. And this is on Edgewood Drive. We can't go out any further than Keenan Road because that's where it begins to be DOT's jurisdiction. And so we're trying to curb speeding along that curve down there in the bottom of Edgewood Drive. Same style speed humps, same signage that's on Edgewood and Allen Lane. Estimated cost is about $2,500. And we actually got another phone call last Wednesday on this. The woman said a truck passed another vehicle in the curve at like 40 miles an hour. So she was.
Should we possibly look at it a little? Those speed bumps are really hard to go over. Ones that you put on. You hit them on a bicycle and you just about, yeah.
So there's another style that's a bit softer.
Yeah.
It's more of got a little bit of a radius on it. They are a different color and a little bit of a different style. People tend to be able to go faster over those. However,
they still slow.
I think they slow a little bit. They're not as aggressive. However, I want to just bring the concern to you, and if the council chooses to have us pursue a less aggressive speed hump, we can do that as well.
And I would like to see if we can include another street in there as well, which is Dent Lane. Dent Lane is a straight path from South Main Street down to Edgerton. And cars come through there certain times of night, really speeding. There has been a police chase through there. And most importantly, there are kids out there. So we at least should put that street in our considerations for speed bump once we, do this, because that I don't want a kid to be out there. And besides, I don't want my grandkid to be out there. See, so
Also, make people aware that I'm working with Terry to come up with I guess it would be an amendment of our current ordinance to drop our town's speed limit from 35 to 25. I think 35 is just far too fast for residential streets. And we have the same problem on Church Street. I mean, it's a drag race out there, and we got a whole slew of kids. So I think we need to address this as a citywide problem. I think people on Edgerton have a very legitimate complaint. I think you do. I think Church Street. It's a citywide problem.
I'll also offer the speed humps that we put in. They're semi-permanent. A more permanent fixture would be to have asphalt company come in and make speed humps. They're most likely going to be wider. They're going to have the radius less aggressive. That's an option. Obviously, it's way more expensive, but that is something to consider. And I believe that's we could fund some of that with the Powell bill if that was decided upon.
Are we hearing about specific times that this excessive speed is happening? And if so, are we giving our police department all the tools that they need to help them? And maybe this is a question for Chief Lincoln over there, that, are we giving them all the tools that they need to help assist with this problem? Do they have enough people on staff during these times? Do we have, how are we addressing it? And how can we help as a council in that directive? Based on some of the research that I did, some of these speed humps, they can have a negative impact on property values. Not only that, the noise, the physical presence, all of these things add up. Safety is the utmost protocol in any situation within our community. I also want to make sure that we're addressing all the needs, for the police department and also the citizens around us and how, 'cause if I remember correctly, we proposed something like this through the last meetings, and it was all said and fine in the very beginning. And then very quickly, there was a lot of coming back of questions of like, what have we got going on here? Like, this is crazy. This is not what we signed up for. And that's not a quote, obviously, but these were things that, were of concern. So I think of the property value, I think of the noise and everything. Are we doing everything that we can to help out? And Chief, maybe you can answer that. Have you heard of any specific times that these things are being addressed in terms of calls for this excessive speeding?
The area of Edgewood and Smoke Trees, a lot of times right after school gets out with the kids leave. We have started ramping up our efforts in having staff there. Unfortunately, we only have 2 or 3 officers working, and you have other calls for service around town. We don't always have staff available to sit out there, run radar, and try to catch these kids.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, it's your pleasure. Can we get a?
I do have one.
Okay.
A lot of speed bumps are designed with a gap in them so bicycles can pass through them without having to go over the speed bump. Could we also take a look at that?
We can do some research. I believe the ones we installed, the gap is on the edge of the road.
They don't cover the whole width of the lane.
They did they did for a bicycle.
Some of them.
I mean, I would argue that a speed bump being difficult to cross is the entire point of the option.
You have to slow down.
They will make you slow down now. And I've seen some that instead of going straight across the road, they go at an angle across. Now, there's a reason for that, I would assume, as well, is that because, when you go across it, it rocks your car a little bit. They're designed to knock your wheels out of line if you're going fast enough. So, in your choosing of those speed bumps, I think get a clarification on the ones that are going at an angle. I don't know the purpose of them, but then the ones that go straight across.
If you'd like to try something less aggressive, we do have an option for that. And then as far as running them at an angle, I don't have enough information to provide an answer for that.
Have you seen those, right?
I have not.
Anyone ever never seen those?
I've never seen one. Or that's for diversion of water, maybe.
That's what I would think, curb to.
Okay. All right. But the main purpose, especially for Dent Lane, is for the cars to slow down. You see, however we do to make it effective, that's the goal. So I would like to ask that in your research there, just add that street.
I say, you didn't need us to take an action on this. It was more of an informed.
Our ordinance does not reference anything about speed humps. And so because of that, some ordinances don't allow them, some allow them. Ours does not specifically call it out. So we are asking that you approve a resolution to allow the installation of speed humps on the 200 block of Edgewood, and then most likely 2 places along Dent Lane now, as the mayor has indicated.
Should we just make the resolution that we allow speed bumps anywhere on our streets where town staff feels it's appropriate?
That would be an ordinance. So it'd have to be public hearing and then notifications and another discussion. And
maybe
that's,
And you don't want a situation where we're just putting speed bumps everywhere.
No, but I think I have enough faith in our town staff that they could, in our town manager to make some intelligent decisions. I don't think we need to bring, every street that gets, has a complaint to this council, we can let if we have the proper ordinance, then our staff can take care of that.
So we approve this resolution tonight, so you can take that action, and then we'll look
We
towards
can work on an
adding
ordinance
it.
resolution. Okay.
Because I agree that we need to streamline this process and trust the staff discernment.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
So we have a motion to approve this?
No, we're asking for.
We're
All
asking.
right, I will make the motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been approved and second that we approve the resolution to allow the installation of speed humps on the 200 block of Edgewood Drive on both sides of Honor Place. And there was an addition to that?
Dent Lane.
That's right, and Dent Lane. Dent Lane. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. The next one is the electrical system amendment. Mr. Satterwhite.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. The first item on the agenda is an amendment to the Town of Louisburg's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 38, Article 3, Electrical System, where the Code of Ordinances provides regulations for the promotion of the town's public welfare and protection of its infrastructure. The town adopted regulations regarding electric service in urban areas in accordance with state law. The town of Louisburg adopted policy regarding electric meters in 2020, and then the town has experienced growth in enough volume to require the electric department to revisit procedure and policy. So in a lot of instances, our town staff, our meter department supervisor, as well as the electric department, encounter third-party contractors a lot of the times. And the third-party contractors come back with a request for more information. They say, hey, show me this policy as it is written in writing in your Code of Ordinances. And in that case, we just don't have anything on the books at this time. So this is just us putting our policies and procedures that we already operate in with our electric department on the Code of Ordinances. I'm going to read them for you all. I know you probably have time to read them, but I want to say them for the citizens. This would be the newly amended policies, requirements, and rules. Number 1, all newly installed meter bases will require an inspection from Franklin County Inspection Office and must pass inspection before power can be supplied. Number 2, any structure that has been subjected to a fire and service has been disconnected by either removing the meter or disconnecting service wire will require an inspection by Franklin County Inspection Office before power can be restored. Number 3, any service that has been disconnected for more than 30 days will require an inspection from Franklin County Inspection Office before power can be activated. Number 4, any meter base that has been tampered with or repaired without the town's approval is subject to a disconnection of service and penalties if they apply. Number 5, any meter base that requires repair will need the town's approval to decide whether it can be done with the need of an inspection from Franklin County Inspection Office or not. That leaves the determination up to town staff. And any meter base that is found to be unsafe for continual electrical service is subject to disconnection by the town unless the issue is resolved or until the issue is resolved. Number 7, all meter bases must have clear access for the town's utility department or their designee to check voltage, disconnect, or reconnect electrical service, obtain readings, and anything dealing with the meter base that the town will have to perform. If a service has been disconnected and obstructions are present in the way of the meter base and employees cannot have safe access, service will not be reconnected until obstructions are clear. Obstructions include fences, animals, landscaping, ancillary equipment, HVAC, different mechanical equipment, or people. Number 8, the town's metering equipment should only be in the meter base of the address that is assigned to or in possession of the town's utility employees, not in possession of customers / contractors / etc. Number 9, if work is to be performed on a meter base by a contractor, the contractor shall let the town know at least 24 hours in advance to cut power to the service, whether it involves pulling the meter or disconnecting the service wire. This should be done only by the utility, the town.
not the contractor slash customer. If wires are cut, the customer may be subject to fines. Number 10, any repair or maintenance on a meter base shall be performed by the customer as it is customer-owned equipment. The town of Louisburg is solely responsible for voltage to the top side of the meter socket and the meter itself. Number 11, any business or residential address that has an instrumented rated meter base will be the responsibility of the town for installation and maintenance, including the current transformers / voltage transformers that are installed on the secondary wire for metering purposes. Number 12, any installation of a meter base must be on the outside of a structure with clear access for the town's utility departments. No meter base shall be installed inside a structure due to safety concerns. Number 13, any structure that has suffered severe structural damage and the service is disconnected by either removing the meter or disconnecting the service wire for safety concerns of the utility department will require an inspection from Franklin County Inspection Office before service can be restored. Number 14, any upgraded service that has no form of a disconnect switch on the service will require a form of service disconnect installed. This will be required for service disconnection, non-pay disconnection, emergency disconnection due to fire, structural damage, or etc. This will include an instrument rated services that are straight wired into the main electrical panel with no disconnect on the outside of the structure for disconnection. Any structure that is instrument rated with no disconnect switch that has been off for more than 30 days will require a disconnect switch to be installed by the customer before power can be restored. All service reconnects shall be requested before 3 p.m. that day, or reconnect will be fit into the queue of the following day. Before reconnect is requested, all inspections from Franklin County Inspections Office must be completed. 16, all customers are responsible for installing conduit for underground services. Customer is responsible for installing conduit from meter base to pole. Number 17, customer shall contact the town for proper size conduit that is to be installed. Number 18, customers shall contact the town's electrical department before installation of any temp service or meter base. Number 19, if customer's electrical system operates on a current transformer CT meter and the meter is disconnected for a period longer than 30 days, the owner is responsible for having a qualified electrician install a disconnect switch / method approved by the town and have all work inspected by Franklin County Inspections Office. Part C, general penalty and cost. Any person who is found to have violated an order of the hearing authority or who willfully or negligently failed to comply with any provision of this article and the orders, rules, and regulations issued hereunder shall be fined not more than $100 for each provision, rule, and or regulation issued hereunder that has been violated. Each day on which a violation shall occur or continue shall be deemed a separate and distinct offense. The end. These policies, again, were crafted because of issues that we ran into in town through our utility department, the electrical department, as well as our electric meter service department. A lot of the times, contractors want power restored without having the proper inspections. That safeguards us, our town staff, employees, their safety, as well as the safety of any resident or building, commercial building where this disconnect took place. A lot of the times, there is a request later in the day. Town staff, these departments usually end their day around 3:30, 4 o'clock. So we want these requests to be made in a timely fashion so that we can ensure that we have the resources available to install, disconnect, reconnect services. And we reiterated multiple times the need for a reinspection by Franklin County Inspections Office because they do perform those inspections. Our department head for the electric meter department, Mr. Cole Dickerson, is here. So if the council does have technical questions, I felt that it would be better suited for him to answer.
Terry, one quick question, if I could, another general penalty cost.
Yes, sir.
Just to verify, you were saying $100 for each provision, rule, or regulation issued under each day. So each day would be a $100 fine per violation. Is that what we're stating?
Correct.
Okay.
And is there a way that we could put in our monthly utility bill one note just informing the customers of the time that there's elapsed
Absolutely, the 30-day requirement, yes, sir. We would,
Inform them that, after that, then they would have to get an inspection.
absolutely, that is our plan. If the policy is adopted, we will put a message in our next billing letter,
Yeah.
which includes the entire policy. And then thereafter, we would just include, like you said, Mayor, a small blurb mentioning that the 30-day threshold. If anything's disconnected longer than 30 days, it requires reinspection.
Terry, if I could ask, if we're saying $100 each day for each provision, I mean, we want to show that we're working with the owner and understanding the fact that they have broken rules, and if rules are broken, there's also stipulations that we have. But do we want to, in good graces, show that we're working with them not to exceed a certain dollar amount? Realistically, if they have 5, things that they have violated, God forbid, something like this can make or break somebody who's trying to create something who is relying on their contractor to do so. The other thing that you run into is the ability to get a subcontractor out there in a reasonable time. Of course, we could put this, the builder or whatever may look at this and say, hey, look, you did this, you got to get out here and fix it. But that's not always realistic. Is there any way that we can create some verbiage to not exceed a certain dollar amount, but also where we're protecting ourselves as a town in some kind of way, just in good faith in Olive Branch?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Yes.
What do you think a reasonable amount like that? I know I'm popping that off on you, but
I'd say not to exceed an amount of $600 to $800, and that would be reasonable because, to your point, a lot of the times it's not the homeowner who's in violation, it's the contractor who's in violation.
That's right.
And so it's more of a safeguard to let contractors know that, hey, Louisburg is not going to take any mess, and that you're going to do this by the book, you're going to dot your I's and cross your T's. But yes, to your point, I think it does show good faith to cap that dollar amount. Yes, sir. Just in case, because there are instances where the homeowner just is unaware, and sometimes those things do happen.
I mean, not everybody can build a house. I mean, so we hire contractors for a reason, and we order a state media rare. We hope that we're going to get a state media rare.
We hope that they do what they're supposed to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, we could definitely adopt the policy with amend the cost and penalties section to cap the general penalty cost at a certain amount, whatever amount the council feels appropriate. I would recommend somewhere between $600 and $800.
I don't know how everybody else feels. I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Then if we
Split the middle 700.
if we see some problems in the future, then we can come back.
That's right.
But if we are adopting this, it's not TBD criteria. Like, we need to specifically say what that amount is.
I'd say no more than 500.
That's fair.
Cap it at
Whatever
5.
council feels is fair.
Any other questions?
Because when you say unaware, you're depending on someone professional to do this. A lot of times, that residents are not aware.
Absolutely.
They're depending on that professional to do their job.
And we know a lot of times, unfortunately, contractors sometimes disappear, and then it's left on the homeowner, and then they have to bear the cost. So you're right. You're absolutely right.
Any other
Any
questions?
objections to 500?
I make a motion that we, bring that cap no more than $500 at a fine of $100 a day per each violation would be the key, though. Correct in that? I mean, because we can't state it that it's just a straight $500, because if you get a said subcontractor that comes in there and breaks 5 or 6 rules, and then bails out, we still got to protect ourselves.
Okay. All right, could you make that motion again?
So this is a motion to amend what Terry proposed, not to adopt the entire thing.
Yes.
So Sean Kingsley moves.
His motion.
I will second his motion to amend.
Yeah. So my motion is for the fine of $100 a day per each violation, not to exceed $500 per each violation per day.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved and properly second that we adopt the ordinance, amend the ordinance. Okay. With the said amendment. For this.
Before you adopt the meter department supervisor would like to add something.
Okay, okay.
Louisburg, meter technician, senior meter technician. Going back to what he said, I think there is a state law basically saying it's $500, you know, if there's tampering or anything like that. So what y'all proposing is in line there. And just going back to the contractors, I have had some contractors where they go out there and they call me at 3:30, okay, when y'all restore power? We never cut power. So I go out there to it and everything, I find a new meter base up, our wire been cut and the meter sitting on the ground. So we're talking about 3:30 in the afternoon, and you're not gonna get Franklin County out there and inspect it by 4 o'clock. So I called the homeowner, they called the contractor, and about 5 o'clock, both of them called me saying, hey, we got to get this back on today. We got somebody living in there. I said, not without inspection, I can't. I said, because number one, they were supposed to contact us to cut the wire, use it 24 hours in advance. We come cut it that morning. They do the work, usually about 2 o'clock, they've got the work done, everything's back up and running. I've got the inspection from the county, so we're good to put power on it. If I do not have that inspection in my hand from the county, I will not put power back on. Because that brings liability. If I put power back on there, something happens, we may have just bought a house. If, like I said, if it's something that they did and the county has signed off on it, then that'll be between them two right there. Because I'm sitting here holding the inspection saying everything passed. So that's one reason we're running into. With the instrument rated services, some people may know what this is, some may not know what it is. Sean, your building has self-contained meters. So I can kill that meter right there. It's still hot to the top side, but the bottom side feeding in is dead. So basically, like I said, it's off right then, but these instrument rated are pretty much straight wired in. And then we got an instrument rated meter below it. If I pull that meter right there, it does nothing but kill the readings. Power is still flowing to the building. There is no disconnect out there on most of these buildings. Some of them over here on East Nash, some of these older ones been there 30, 35 years. So let's just say I go out there for non-pay. I've got to call the electric department out there to cut the power physically at the wire. And somebody comes pay, 25 minutes, they got to go out there in 30 more minutes to squeeze it back up. Meanwhile, our wire is getting shorter. So our infrastructure is being hurt. So, and one other thing that helps is the fire department. If they go out there and there's no disconnect, they got to call the electric department. It may be 30 minutes or more before somebody gets out there while they got a building that's on fire. So that's one reason why we're looking to adopt that. We need a disconnect on these instrument rated services. Now, most codes, as these buildings you see go up and everything, commercial wise, they're putting something on the outside, but some of these older ones don't have it. So basically the customer's kind of looking, well, we keep it in our name most times, the power stays on, Then they had the next tenant come in and pretty much, read in, read out, power's never cut. Well, guess what? What happens when an emergency happens? What happens when they want to cut it off out of their name? What happens, for non-pay, things like that, That stuff has never really come up on most of these services. So that's what we're facing now. And I think a lot of municipalities I've talked to, they're coming up with the same thing too,
So to be clear, we're going to be seeing disconnects virtually on anything going forward from this point, whether it be residential, whether it be commercial, for several reasons, as you've stated.
Yeah, because on most commercial, residential, you can't kill it at the meter right there, and most of them by code now, it's got a disconnect on the outside. It's got a disconnect
built in the system,
yeah. Yeah, so we can kill it the top side, or you can kill it the bottom side. Most of those are not instrument rated unless it's a pretty good sized house, and really truly, we don't have none of them here in Louisburg. But most of the businesses where we're running into this,
Yeah. And with a lot of new businesses coming in, it's just going to be.
That's right. Well, those basically, when they pass code and everything and inspection, they've got a disconnect on the outside. That's right. So anybody got any questions on any other line items and everything? Now, one thing we're talking about too with the, I guess you call it the fine, like theft and everything. Sometimes you see that on non-pays. When I do cutoffs around the 25th and right after the 1st, usually if I don't see somebody that's paid after 3 to 4 days, I'm checking on the residents. I'm going out there to check and make sure everything's still locked off. Meter's been blocked off in there, my red seal's on there. Anytime that you cut that seal on the bottom of that meter base, that's automatic tampering right now. So that means somebody's telling me they're trying to get inside that meter base. So I have a green one on there that signifies that the power's on. I've got a red one on there saying it's off, and it also lets the fire department know that too. Our instrument rated services have a yellow one on there, so that lets them know if you pull this meter, you will not kill the power, you know. So they're all tagged that way. But I have some people that may jump a meter base out and start doing damage to it. Okay, now that meter base is customer owned equipment. We are responsible for the voltage to the top side and the meter itself. If they do any damage to that, it's gonna be up to them. And like I said, we're gonna refuse to put power back on because it's unsafe. They're gonna have to repair that. So that'll be up to them to get that, you know. And then like I said, violations, that's tampering. They went in the meter base and tried to steal. So like I said, then we're looking at, you know, for a violation, you know, what we're gonna charge. But the one bad thing about that is trying to prove who did it. Because yes, you have the homeowner whose name is in, but who actually helped them steal it is the next one. I had a boss one time and he went through court with that and they said, if you can't prove it with it, they threw it out.
Terry, if I may, we have a lot of homes being built right now in Louisburg. How soon will this take effect? And how long will it take for the rollout to happen? So a lot of these, I mean, obviously we're not gonna hit the homeowners already permitting process.
Right.
But what do we look out in terms of a plan for a rollout? So the communication is fluid through everyone.
If this is approved, it goes into effect immediately. It's upon the mayor signing the ordinance, and then the rollout would be subsequently right after that. I mean, this is already, as I said, the policy that Colt's department as well as Ryan Murray's department, the electrical department, do operate on, but it's just not in our code of ordinances. So then we have those contractors that come and say, well, hey, I don't have to get a reinspection because it's not on the books. It's not a written policy.
Yeah.
So this is just right. Absolutely, just codifying it.
I've had 3 contractors come up and say, well, look, we did this over here on this system here, and I had nothing to push across the table saying, no, we do something different. So, because that protects us.
Those fines that need to be, is it going to be subject through their billing system? Like how are they going to come down to the town hall and see Penny and go ahead and pay that fine up front at the table before we can go ahead and cut that fare back on? Because, you know, typically Franklin counties, they're very good that the inspections come out 2 days typically before they can come out. If you call them on a Monday, hopefully you'll get them on a Wednesday typically. They all carry computer systems which they can upload, and, you know, typically we can see things in the system within the next 4 hours that are there. So, and of course, that's realistic that, you know, I mean, you're not going to come out there at 3:30, but, you know, I mean, I've seen you do it, you know what I mean?
Some of them, I have to go back to them sometimes because their system may have been a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to get them back on
Right.
before the end of the day and everything. And I'll go to their office then and say, do y'all have me a printout where I can have this? And they'll give it to me and then I'm good to go.
Yeah, the enforcement would be, we would assess a fine. I notice them, send them a notice of violation and the amount of the fine as well as a method of appeal if possible. And then the fine carries with the property. So like you said, it goes back on the property owner if we can't identify the contractor who did the work. And then that could subsequently lead to a lien on the person's house.
Yeah.
So if they don't pay it.
And that's typically an NC state lien, which costs about $30. So there's more cost on the town for that as well.
Correct.
So, okay.
But again, not new policy, just.
Right.
Final.
Just codifying what we already follow. Yeah.
Where are we on voting now? Are we voting on?
We
the
need
amendment?
to vote to approve Sean's amendment.
Yeah.
At the $500.
And that is on the table, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we seconded it, but we did not vote.
It's there. So it's there. So now
So we need to
we need a vote. Okay. So you've heard the motion. The motion has been made and properly second. And now it's voting. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Okay, the next one is the,
I move we adopt the new ordinance with the amendment.
I second.
okay, it's been moved and properly second that we adopt the ordinance amendment as, you know, as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay. Next one is the zoning ordinance map amendment. Mr. Satterwhite.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. The rezoning that you have before you is a rezoning from highway business, this is the existing zoning district, to the proposed zoning district of planned development residential. The property location is 0 Tanglewood Drive. I'd like to stop right there for a moment in my staff report and mention that the address is not actually indicative of where the property is. It, in the past, 0 Tanglewood Drive, I believe, was the parcel was oriented to face Tanglewood Drive. However, the developer's proposal shifts that orientation so that the front facing would be facing Bickett Boulevard. Also, the parcel it has existing landscaping vegetation on the backside that would not allow any access to Tanglewood Drive, direct access to Tanglewood Drive. In question actually sits beside, and it sits actually behind the Franklin County Farm. So I just wanted to get that in everybody's mind.
Third page of the packet.
The third page,
That's,
yes.
Yeah, orientation. Get an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah, in your packet.
Yes, the third page, yep. So background, the applicant Fairfield Homes is requesting to rezone the mentioned 9.37 acre parcel to construct a independent senior multifamily development. The development is only to be an independent senior living community featuring 1 and 2 bedroom units. The attached site plan that you have also highlights a residential development. Could we skip ahead, James, to skip 1? Keep going down to the site plan. Keep going. I think it's near the end. Yes, thank you, yes. As you can see, the parcel is outlined in red. The shopping center is to the northwest. That is where Karl Tobacco Shop actually is adjacent to this parcel. The gravel lot where the farmer's market is. And then, as I stated, there is no direct street access to the residential side. So they're featuring 1 and 2 bed units. The comprehensive plan 2030 plan does identify this area of Bickett Boulevard as a South Bickett focus area. And the comprehensive plan states the land use policy as higher density residential, including townhomes and condominiums, may be incorporated into mixed use development in the future if based on a site specific plan, which the PDR is. Mixed use projects with residential uses may be supported. That said, the plan recommends this area remain mostly commercial as it is the main corridor of the town, but projects with slightly higher densities and mixed use plans would be supported. Adjoining property zoning to the north is highway business. That's the zoning designation. To the east is low density residential and medium density residential. This is adjacent actually to the apartments in the back of Carly C's. I do not know the name. Does any council member know the name? Hazelwood, I'm sorry, Hazelwood Apartments. That is the medium density portion. The low density portion is the single family dwellings along Tanglewood, Sandalwood, Pinewood. To the south, the designation is highway business, and to the west, the designation is highway business. The principal proposed use for the development is a multifamily residential apartment building. The existing use on the property is commercial, the Franklin County Farmers Market, and the developer would like for that use to remain. If the proposal is approved, the only 2 permitted uses would be 1, residential, independent senior living facility, and 2, commercial farmers market. There are no other uses proposed at this time. The project proposes that the apartments would be owned by single common ownership and apartments will be for rent. Setbacks on the project are a 25-foot perimeter buffer per our ordinance, subdivision ordinance for the entire project, a 100-foot buffer from the banks of the Tar River lines, and site internal buffers for their date. There will be no individual lots. The apartments proposed will have an Average approximate area of 664 square feet for the 1 bedroom and 920 square feet for the 2 bedroom. The price point is estimated between $1,155 and $1,300. The proposed setbacks will be compliant with the building code standards. The project sets areas of open space, which is dispersed around the north and east side of the project area. The project reserves one area as a beautified retention pond with benches for seating, and one area as a landscape back patio area, and one area as a gazebo surrounded by installed planter boxes for the residents. All open space areas will be connected with walking paths that are paved. Open space areas will be private to the residents and then therefore maintained and owned by the property owner. The project proposes 1 canopy tree per 40 feet of perimeter buffer and 2 to 5 shrubs per 30 feet of the same buffer. Those are the areas that you see in the diagram that are not currently landscaped, meaning the southern area is already existing vegetation adjacent to the river. The east side, there is existing vegetation. These landscaping trees would be planted and installed going along the roadway up to Karl Shopping Center and then adjacent to the farmer's market to kind of give it visual separation. The pedestrian connectivity and site plan, the project proposes that the entrance of the development will provide 5-foot wide sidewalks on one side to enhance pedestrian connectivity and safety. All concrete sidewalks internal to the site will include ADA accessible ramps, and crosswalks will be constructed of concrete, except 2 natural rails internal to the project. The architectural design controls proposed development plans to construct slab on grade and utilize thickened slab when possible to minimize costs. Strip footings and stem walls are to be cast in place concrete. The masonry facade materials will be kept to a minimum, and railings leading to the entrance and other recreation areas required, which is typical of senior developments to have assistance for people who might not be able to be mobile in the sense of everyone else, or maybe ADA. The exterior proposal will be constructed to reflect Georgian-inspired design, incorporating durable brick paired with horizontal fiber cement siding for both longevity and visual appearance. Whew. There is an elevator proposed as well as stair shafts, and which will be masonry construction. The framing and rough carpentry are proposed primarily in wood without the need for steel columns or beams because of the cast masonry. The interior trim is also be planned to be constructed with wood, including kitchen cabinets, bath vanities, interior trim of doors, things of that nature. The roof membrane is to be either shingle or TPO, which to my understanding is a membrane for flat roofs. So the roof, if it is to be flat, it will be covered with a membrane. If it is peaked, it will be covered with shingles. Casement windows are going to be avoided and screens are going to be furnished for all operable windows. As a safety feature, the windows above the first floor are to have permanently installed limiters to restrict openings to less than 4 inches. Unit entry doors are proposed to be ready framed or comparable equivalent, flush or true panel doors. All unit entry doors will have spring hinge closers, peepholes, lever sets, and individually keyed deadbolts. All common area doors are planned to be either aluminum or welded frame, steel doors that will have fob access for residents. The land use. The proposed use for the site is planned development residential. That is consistent with the 2030 plan, which stipulates that South Wicked focus areas should support incorporating mixed-use projects with residential uses. At least that higher density residential, including townhomes, condominiums, may be incorporated into mixed-use development in the future if based on a site-specific plan. Again, the proposal is based on that type of plan, and the proposed land use is appropriate for the gateway area and multifamily. B2 zoning designation allows multifamily by right, the comprehensive plan, and I do want to go back to that again, to by right versus approved. By right to per our ordinance means that if it qualifies with the other subdivision regulations, a person may do. So for example, in the R1 zoning district, single family is permitted by right, meaning that you don't have to have any sort of special approval or rezoning to build a single-family home in the R1 designation. Just like in B2, if you wanted to build a multifamily development, you could do so by right. Now, for this rezoning to a conditional district, because some of the other, such as the farmer's market, such as the gazebo, the walking trails, and how they wanted to orient the site. So they're just asking for this rezoning to a conditional district in order to meet those requirements. Because by right, the comprehensive plan does stipulate that residential development can be done in a density of 3 to 6 units. They have 9 acres, 9 times 6, 54. They could propose 54 units by right. They're proposing 46 with the conditional rezone. Access and circulation. The project lays out proposes one road internal to the subdivision that is looped in the front of the proposed building. There is currently one proposed means of ingress, which is in Highway 401 North. The means of egress is proposed for residents to travel through the existing shopping center to the traffic light at Wade Avenue and Highway 401 North. The developer has initiated talks with the owner of the shopping center to secure an easement and attempt to petition DOT for more right-of-way for the purposes of adding a right out of the subdivision. The parking proposes 59 total stalls, 10 of which will be ADA compliant. The proposed access and circulation for the site are adequate for the type of development proposed. I want to speak to that for a second. There have been concerns from residents, citizens, that the Karl Shopping Center is already overcrowded. There at Wade Avenue, and I can vouch for that as well. Wade Avenue is a bottleneck. As we all know, when you get to that light at Wade Avenue, it backs up very quick. Find yourself at the top of that hill very quick, waiting for a long period of time because the light is slow. However, DOT, again, the applicant has initiated talks with DOT as well as the property owner to maybe secure some sort of easement so that the residents would have access, as well as some sort of DOT prescription for traffic measures, maybe some sort of extra stop signage, maybe widening actually the vehicular passageway and taking away some of the parking, because the county vehicles, they do take up a good amount of the parking there. And with the county's expansion of their facilities and then moving all other facilities over to the shopping center in Shannon Village, then it is the opinion of staff that the parking would be reduced in the future that is existing there now. Also, this is an independent senior living facility. So peak time travel would be minimized. People are still going to travel at 7 to 9, 4 to 6, but nowhere near as much as a typical residential development. Seniors usually, maybe they go to doctor's appointments, maybe they go shopping, but they're not going to be all in a line going to work in the morning or coming back from work in the afternoon.
Running in and out.
Right.
Going to kids'
Right, right. So the traffic impact is, of staff opinion, to be minimized. Now, the right in, that is, it is staff opinion that the right in is okay for now, but we would love to hear DOT's opinion and what they prescribe for the developer to institute or implement as far as turning signals, maybe widening the turning lane, or like I said, maybe removing some of the parking in the shopping center so that that vehicular lane could be wider. I think that would maybe stop some of
Also, to
those.
hear that you said the developers already petitioned DOT, so to me, that is a good sign that they are looking to improve the traffic, not just get by with whatever is the minimum.
Right. And they, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I finished my call. That seems like good faith to me, that they want to ensure the traffic flows. My other comment is to make sure I understood what you said about the current zoning ordinance. This isn't really a down or up zoning, it's more of a lateral change from B2 to conditional. Or
Yes, it is.
so, and then you said currently by right, they could actually build more units than this. It just maybe wouldn't be quite as aesthetically pleasing as what's proposed. So if we approve the conditional, we would probably get the same amount of units, possibly less, but it would look a bit better and be more suited to what we would like to see versus what could be put in there as is.
Yes, that is true.
Wanted
Yes,
to
that is
establish that.
all correct, yes.
Is it possible that you could put the other slide up of that much higher area view that encompass the neighborhood so the citizens can see exactly where the proximity is. Is that possible?
I think it's on actually right behind you.
I was
Okay.
gonna say, have you, this is.
Yeah, I'm talking about the different one. There's another one.
That's from my staff report. This is actually the developer's presentation.
Oh, okay,
So that's why it's not.
okay.
One of my main concerns, I mean, and you briefly touched on it, yeah, we all know, who all live and work here in Louisburg, how crowded that area can be. I mean,
Absolutely.
traffic time, I remember when it used to be like, yeah, 5 o'clock, we had to fight a few cars. Now it's like 3:30, 4 o'clock. I mean, if you go in front of Franklin Times, you're lucky to see an accident at least once a week, unfortunately, you know, which is a scary situation. And then I'm looking at, you know, the traffic pattern that is happening here. So I think of our fire department. What are some of the challenges that they're going to have to face going in? Because if we think of assisted living, you know, obviously we're talking about
Multiple emergency
calls, possibly, you know, God willing, we only have, you know, maybe a couple of months. But, and I know we talked about possibly widening, you know, that frontage there for the entryway, which is already a tight, you know, coming in to that village. But, you know, we're relying on, no disrespect to the state, and we're also still waiting for 401 to come through.
I'd like to speak to that
Yeah.
too as well.
So we're hitting multiple facets, and I guess I would say to Chief, do you have any concerns getting in and out of that facility for medical needs, if needed be? Because we're talking about a 3-story, multi-story building here. We're not going to see our next fire truck for the next 4 to 4.5 years. God forbid, you know, we see a structure fire there. We have to bring in multiple trucks, multiple manpower from several departments to help us alleviate that stress. Do you see a safety concern for your department and our supporting departments?
I think you're gonna see that in any situation. Just like you said, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Biggin Boulevard may be backed up. We just have to navigate through the traffic. We have to slow down and work our way through it sometimes. And I think that would be the same situation here in an instance where, sorry, everybody's trying to get off work at the same time and we're trying to get in the parking lot.
And I also think of, you know, crowding for our residents behind that area that, although this has a little impact, but no impact at the same time. But I have to think of, you know, our residents, and, you know, we heard that concern tonight in the public comments. I think this is a good thing, but I also want to make sure that we do our due diligence in protecting our community members, you know, for their values and, you know, everything else. We spoke of citizens just packing up and leaving because they're afraid, you know, and how their property values are going to be affected. I think this is a beneficial thing.
But I would add into what I was clarifying with Terry, like, this is the rezoning, it's not the approval for the project, and like, it could be built without the rezone.
Sure, right.
So.
Yeah, I still want to speak on those concerns though, because I still want to speak on those concerns because I've had several of those citizens reach out to me, and I've visited that area. And then I think of traffic safety. I mean, coming in and out of Carly C's, you know, I mean, it is what it is. Growth is coming our way. We all know it.
Right.
You can go ahead and put up whatever barriers you want, but do we want to be known as that community that's throwing up barriers or assisting in the correct ways to make our movements forward, but also calculated? You know, and it's important. So my main concern, how are we getting in and out of there, like, safely? And I agree with Chief, like, it's going to be there no matter what. We all know how people drive nowadays.
I'd like to speak on the DOT portion of that. I went to the RPO meeting, the Rural Planning Organization meeting a couple weeks back, and the district engineer for our district, Josh Kellen, was there from DOT, and he mentioned to me that the STIP has a DOT road diet funded now. It is actually funded now, meaning that DOT has decided to approve the project and they will be moving forward with the project so long as nothing changes to this subsequently after this.
So,
It could.
Last time.
It could.
Well, they do have, you know, as they discuss these projects in this meeting that he just talked about, it is subject to change sometimes.
oh yeah, it's fluid.
And then again, it moves on. That's what happened to 401. 401 was delayed a long time, but we kept talking about it, kept pushing it, showing the concern, and then they put it back on the agenda, kind of. They got more funding there. So this is how this thing operates sometimes.
And the road diet that NCDOT proposes is 3 roundabouts. One at 561, one at Wade Avenue, there at that intersection, and then one down at 39 and Bickett. So they will be changing from traffic lights to roundabouts. And so that may ease some of the traffic concerns as far as the bottleneck on Wade Avenue, because now it will be, you will have to wait still, but it will be a little bit more free flowing as far as waiting for the traffic light actually. And to Councilwoman Baker's point, I think, and it is staff opinion, that this might be the best case scenario for this parcel.
I think you would benefit from changing.
This is probably the best case because it could be done a multifamily apartment building, where it's just typical any resident can live in.
Right.
And so this might be the best case scenario for that.
I agree with you on that, and I'm not, you know, I just err on the side of caution for our citizens' safety, also taxpayer dollars. I mean, I know each and every one of us in this room work really hard, and our homes are our biggest investments. Everything that we have is we put everything into it, and that's our dedication in life to, you know, hopefully one day own a home and, you know, call it ours and pass it on to the lineage. So I call, you know, to think of these things. I think it's a responsibility for us to ask those questions.
I guess the question is, will this development detract from overall property values in the area?
Correct.
And in my opinion, it wouldn't, but I'm not an assessor. I'm not a property assessor.
Right. Yeah,
so we would have to get a property assessor to make that determination.
And there will be further conversation before the project.
Absolutely.
This is not all said and done if you were to approve the result tonight.
So,
This is something that's
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. It's definitely,
I don't see this affecting
the county's gonna require sprinkler systems in these facilities, you know, that's gonna be a must, so that will help alleviate, you know, and maybe I'm getting just too far ahead of myself, so please forgive me, but, you know,
you're asking a very valid question.
Excuse me. You know, I mean, so that will help with, you know, our fire department for those needs. You know, it's just, want to make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's.
Understood. Yes, sir, absolutely. So, and to that point, I'd like to continue with, so one of our major concerns is, right, we get the approval because as the applicant will tell you in his presentation, this is based off the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency low income tax credits. That does not mean that this will be Section 8 housing. It means that they will get funding, tax credit funding, for this being an independent senior living facility. And so we just want safeguards to, okay, they get the rezoning and then sell the project to someone else, and then a multifamily is built anyway. And so we would like to, staff recommends there be conditions placed on the rezoning, that the rezoning be limited to one use or 2 uses, excuse me, the use being an independent living facility and commercial use, the farmer's market. And the applicant has already drafted a restrictive covenant that would only allow this to be a senior living facility in perpetuity for the time period of 30 years. And if somebody wanted to rezone it and make it a typical multifamily development, they would have to come back before the board, the council, excuse me, for a rezone, for approval.
That's a really nice here.
So I think those are the conditions that we should place on it. He's going to give his presentation anyway, and then I'm going to come back up after public comment. So I'll reiterate that, but I think we have a safeguard here for it turning into something that we don't want it to be.
What are we What's required right now?
Right now, he's gonna come up and give his presentation. And then I'll come back up and we'll continue.
Terry, thank you for the introduction. Mayor, council members, staff, and citizens, I appreciate this opportunity to present our proposal to you. I'm prepared to answer any and all questions after this as well. I'm probably going to cut this a little bit short given Terry's extensive explanation of the project so we can have those questions answered. But I would like to at least share a little bit about myself and Fairfield Homes and who we are and what we build and why we chose Louisburg and what our plans are going forward, essentially, and all the nuances to it. So again, I'm Joe Wickham, Director of Development for Fairfield Homes. We are based out of Ohio. We operate in 4 states. North Carolina would be our 5th. This is our entrance into the state. We have over 70 properties in our portfolio, over 4,000 units currently under management. We typically operate affordable as well as market rate properties, but the Affordable LIHTC program, LIHTC is the acronym for Low Income Housing Tax Credit, is our bread and butter, and that's how we get most of our properties built now throughout the states that we operate in. I'm going to quickly go over some points about who we are, and I'm going to slide very quickly through some of the projects that we've recently done or have planned, just so you can get a sense overall. But I do think it's key that we talk further about our approach to the site and how we're currently tackling the issues that were raised, as well as just some of the amenities that we provided to the residents, the future residents of our community. We always make sure that we're very thoughtful in our approach to how we enter a community, but also how we operate that community for residents. It's very important for us since we are long-term owners and holders. Since I've been at Fairfield, we have not sold our property, and we don't have any plans to. As Terry mentioned, we put 30-year restrictions on our properties and intend to recycle that and continue and keep maintaining affordability throughout the perpetuity of the asset. So that is our plan going in, is to stay a partner and remain an asset to the community for perpetuity. This is just some examples of what residents say at our properties. We chose Louisburg for 2 reasons. One, we see the growth potential here in the community. You guys are experiencing it firsthand, and I hear you guys talking about the concerns with traffic and housing. Believe me, that's not you're not unique to that circumstance. It's definitely something that needs to be considered in all places.
Sir, is your mic on?
Here.
A little bit shorter, so let me go a little bit closer. Is that better?
Better.
Perfect. So one of the things that we looked at when we came to Louisburg was, one, what is the demand? So we have an opportunity through this low income housing tax credit program to build a project for general occupancy or not senior related occupants, children, families, etc. But we immediately saw that the demographic trend in Franklin County is pretty substantial. It's leaning towards the senior segment with a significant growth in that age demographic. So as Terry mentioned, our property is tailored to those over 55 years of age, and it's only for those with independent living needs. We will not be able to service those who need assisted living at our property. So it's those who are looking typically to downsize and don't have the income to afford the rent in the regular marketplace. I will say, and you'll hopefully see this in the design, whenever you approach this type of funding program, there's all types of design requirements that are required. So all of our buildings, and this one too, are LEED certified or LEED, which is essentially energy certified, to have the least impact environmentally as well as from a utility perspective for the residents. So again, I'm going to quickly go through these pictures. This is another example of a senior property similar to how Tar Grove Apartments would operate. More importantly, you can take a peek at the units themselves. We typically use solid surface countertops, as well as stainless steel appliances, slow close cabinets, etc., as well as luxury vinyl plank flooring in our units. This is an example of a townhome structure. This one does not accommodate seniors. This is more a family project, just giving you an example of one that's in the works. This is also another senior project. As you saw in the design for the site plan, we always typically incorporate an outdoor space We believe it's vitally important to let seniors get out and enjoy community events outside as well. And this is more of an urban infill project that we recently completed. I always put this one up because this is more as an example of our interior that we are expecting for target apartments with this type of surface countertop and covering for our cabinets. This is an example of the rendering that would essentially face 401 or Bickett Avenue. Obviously, there are some parcels in between this setback and where this building is located, but this is really the public-facing side of the building. Our architect, Moody Nolan, they work nationally. They took a look at the community and surrounding buildings. There is a diverse set of buildings here, but they decided that it was best fit to incorporate, the orange brick as well as some Georgian features, as Terry mentioned in his preview. I'm going to skip the site plan because I think that's a more encompassing discussion for us to have here. So again, this is all sides of our elevation. You'll notice that we did reduce the brick on the back side that's facing the grove of trees to the rear. Obviously, that's not facing the public. In these projects, we obviously need to ensure that we're limiting costs as much as possible to accommodate the build. So that's the thought process there. You'll notice we still have a strip of bricks below to help with long-term maintenance and aesthetic look. Then you also see at the bottom there our community space interior that exits out to an exterior patio space overlooking that tree grove to the rear. Very quickly, our units, we design at least a number of units, I think it's 10% to meet accessibility requirements, but we also incorporate space for dining as well as bar seating, as well as laundry, washer and dryer hookups. Our units typically range between 664 square feet on the 1 bedrooms to 920 square feet on the 2 bedroom. They include ceiling fans, as well as spacious walk-in closets, is what I would call out on the website. So before we dive into the site plan, kind of how we decided to go about this design and how we're going to approach it going forward, I do want to give a little bit of a highlight on our financing because I do think it's important. Obviously, whenever you're bringing affordable housing to communities, there's always questions. There's always questions about the persons that will live there, as well as how long the asset will be maintained in an appropriate manner, as well as whether it's going to decrease property values. So in our experience, when we work with state agencies, there's always a competitive process for these credits. They're highly sought after, and there's only so many that get awarded. Right now, we believe Franklin County is in a strong position to receive an award, but we won't be notified until August whether or not those funds have come through. However, in preparation for that, the agency is going to review our current plan as well as its site location and score that to say whether or not our application or whether or not this site meets all of their thresholds. On March 21st, if they say that we meet all of their location-based criteria, then we would proceed on to a final application process, which would get us to that August date of knowing when planning occurs. So all that's to say that when we looked for sites, we decided to target Louisburg. This site met the requirements of that financing with regards to connectivity to traffic, as well as amenities within the community itself, shopping, medical, etc. So this is the reason that we chose this site, and also was the largest piece of land that we could obtain to ensure that we could get the 46 units sized appropriately within the acreage. This funding, as Terry mentioned, is for tax credits that we would then get awarded if successful from the state agency, and then we would actually sell those to an investor. So when we sell those to the investor, it brings in about 70 to 75% of our capital stack. That actually allows us to build the building without requiring higher rents that would produce cash flow for investors. The investors, the banks that typically buy these tax credits, all they're looking for is the return of the tax reduction rather than any future cash flow. And so in doing so, and the agreement with acquiring these tax credits, we then are required to restrict our rents at certain thresholds for the remainder of 30 years. So that's the program we're utilizing. As Terry mentioned, we have no project-based Section 8 vouchers on this. The residents will have to be able to prove an income on coming into the property to ensure that they can afford the rents. That's obviously a important criteria to be able to live at our facility. Outside of the tax credit program, I think it's incumbent upon me now to kind of speak to some of your concerns, but also how we decided to lay the property out on the site. Obviously, there are a lot of nuances to this parcel. I mean, if you look at the Franklin County Auditor's site, this red line is a little bit altered because it actually goes right up against the shopping center and goes straight down to the access point along Pickett. So we obviously, in consultation with the owner of the shopping center who owns this parcel, both agreed that we need to maintain the farmer's market. It's a great asset to the community. It'll be a great asset to our property too. We're totally on board with that. They also wanted access to the rear of the commercial center still, so that's why you see that red line changed. Now, the site itself, even with those considerations, only has that access off of right turn access off of 401 Pickett. It is not ideal. We recognize that, and we recognize that there is work that needs to be done to not only create a safer ingress and egress to the shopping center for the community at large and handle that traffic, but also for our residents. Like, we don't want our residents have a difficult time ingressing and egressing our property. So in our consultation with the owner, we had already agreed that if this project moves forward and we hit these certain financing benchmarks, we would be going back to them to figure out, okay, how can we manage the egress out of the parking lot in the safest manner? Is there other methods that could be implemented? I think we haven't engaged a civil yet because of the process we're in, but we also really need to have DOT's guidance throughout this to say, what do they think is actually going to be impactful? We have engaged a traffic study. Unfortunately, it was not available yet for this meeting. That was an idea that came out of last planning commission. So that will be done as part of our evaluation with DOT. The other thing I do want to call out, and this is obviously not what we're proposing now, but when we first looked at this site too and talked with the owner, we explored the idea of, okay, well, what happens if we put an ingress and egress to the backside, connecting to Dogwood there with the other Sandalwood community? In consultation with Terry, it was very clear that there is significant concern in that community with additional traffic. I know there's been proposed developments. And so we thought it would be best if we focus on solving the issue by keeping it towards 401 and approaching it that way. So this was the best solution we could come to. It came to that ingress egress for now. Again, we plan to work continuously going forward to try to find the ultimate best solution. The other thing I'll just call out on this site plan is there is a existing sewer line easement. That's why we have that grass space between the tree line. So we also can't program on that. So if you were thinking that we could put like the gazebo down there or benches, that's not allowed. So we kept everything up above that. What we try to do with our amenities, and again, we consider our amenities outside to be that walking path as well as the gazebo. We have raised garden beds. We try to, one, integrate those features as close to the shopping center as possible. We want that shopping center to be an amenity that our residents can use. So right now, there is no direct access to the straight line of that shopping center, and that's something that we're going to consider as we figure out our ingress egress. But what we did do is we did put the sidewalk where we know we have control all the way down towards Pickett and to that parking lot there to at least show that there's going to be sidewalk accessible path to the parking lot itself. Additionally, we wanted to maintain the existing tree grove as much as possible, but also utilize that as an asset for our residents. As you guys just discussed with your street tree lines, trees are an important amenity, not just for the community, but for our residents as well. So we're trying to minimize any type of removal of trees there, and then incorporate outside space with that rear patio, as well as that walkway to kind of view that tree grove. The other small thing you might notice there to the bottom right, we are going to require a retention pond. So we've thought that space over there is actually already depressed and it goes down. It's a lower section of the plot of land. So we wanted to incorporate some type of sitting feature for our residents and path for our residents to at least enjoy potentially looking out over a pond in that tree grove. So I talk fast, I know. My mom always told me to slow down, but I never do. At this time, I'd really like to just, again, address questions, hear feedback, and get any other opinions you have.
Aesthetically, what kind of siding are we talking about? Hardy back?
Hardy plank.
Okay, so it look more of a higher end.
Yes, we avoid vinyl wherever we can.
Okay, so we're staying away from the commercial deep kind of siding.
Yeah, question. Yep. Questions for Terry?
Can our infrastructure handle this going further without any tax burdens on our residents? I mean, we're stressing out.
It's adjacent to a 18-inch sewer main, and it flows directly to the treatment plant.
It doesn't require.
Correct, right.
So this time, there's no more questions for the applicant. If you'd like to open it for public, since it's a public hearing, residents.
Thank you, sir.
One moment before we do that. By this being a public, you're asking for a public input. Normally.
It's not on the doors, it's community meeting, not public hearing.
That was yesterday.
That was
yesterday.
So it has to go on the agenda as a public hearing on this agenda. We go into public hearing, we get through that, you have a motion to come out. So, yeah, it's, yeah.
Okay. So we need to table for how many days? So to the April meeting?
To the April meeting, because Pam has to give a certain notice.
Yeah.
48 hours.
How much is the notice?
48
hours. 48 hours. Is there a way council can, I please petition the council to call a special call meeting before April? Because the developer does have a timeline that is March 21st, and.
Do you think you would have your DOT study back by then?
No, and correction to that March 21st date, we don't have to have this done by March 21st.
Okay.
We have to have this done by April 15th.
Okay, well,
I don't know what that
perfect. We'll
timeline
table
is.
it until next.
I would really like to see that DOT study as well, for us to really consider, what we're looking into, for responsibilities. I don't know if that's possible that we can bring that to the next meeting, so we can talk about that.
April.
April.
15.
April meeting.
No later than April 15th meeting. So
That we
April
table
14th.
this until the
That's
next regular
14th.
meeting in
That's after
April
this
to
date.
allow
What day did you
proper
say?
notice.
He said the
and communication of
13th.
public
So that will be a public hearing.
Sorry, what's the date?
What day in April
They
do you
have
have,
an
sir?
15th.
Okay, we meet on the 14th. So it's April 14th is when our next meeting
As
will be.
long as we get the approval, then you're good, right?
We get the approval, then
The
the
day
zoning
before.
letter the day after, the morning after leaves.
Can you ask for an extension?
Competitive.
Yeah, we can definitely make that
I think
happen.
we need to consider something.
So this will still be a public hearing.
Yes,
For them to go through that stress.
We can do the public hearing.
or we could call, like I said, a special call meeting before,
I think we should call a special call meeting.
because this is a big case and
Yeah.
we want to kind of, this could be its own separate
So
deal, yeah.
if we consider a special call meeting, possibly like the beginning of April or something, like, the week before, that gives you at least a week to help alleviate some of that stress.
Yeah. The only thing I'm not sure about, I just need to check with my, the study, traffic study to see what that timeline is. I
So
was told 3 to 4 weeks
You
before.
coordinate with Terry to see what that looks like, and then Terry can notify us.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put the 15th for now, because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got to have something.
Right, so right now,
Well, no, the 14th would be our regular meeting, the 15th is
it's
his deadline.
his
His deadline,
So
so it has
Let's
to
do
be,
the 14th.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that time enough? What I'm saying?
but there may be a special call meeting
Uh,
before that,
yeah.
understanding that.
He's
we-
gonna
I'm
check
thinking-
and
I'm
see.
thinking about in 2 weeks.
Okay, and that works. He's gonna double check and make sure that it's okay for his timeline, and if not, then yes, ma'am, we'll be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
For a special call.
Worry about the public time.
But if
Sorry.
we
Let's just
table
say
it to the
it.
14th,
It's time
can we
enough
go
so
back and change it?
you don't have to rush and do your stuff overnight.
It's either or.
See,
You have to do it on the 14th or do a special.
called meeting and call it
We
today.
have to call for a
Let's
special
maybe
call.
do
Yeah.
that. That way, if, for the public hearing, we won't have to have the community members sit through 2 hours of our routine business to get
Yes,
into.
let's call a special call.
That's what I think.
that's.
I think that's responsible.
All right, so.
So
You gotta have a date.
So we'll call it 2 weeks from
just do
today.
2 weeks, because I really think it's a 7-day process for public hearing.
Yeah.
Notice. So we'll do,
That's March 24th.
yeah.
If we were to do.
Okay, give me a date.
March
I
24th.
don't have a calendar.
Be out of town.
When are you out of town, Dutch?
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'll be out of town that day.
Okay, what about
What day are you here,
the
sir?
I am out of town until the 30th.
Okay.
Beginning with.
that
So
whole
if we did a special called meeting, on the 24th, that falls on a Tuesday.
He's out.
Um,
You're out,
I mean, I'm okay with not,
but you're out
but I will not be.
and you're out.
If two of you can't make it, we should
when will
probably.
you two be back in town?
No, I have parent night, I can't change that again. But any day, but just the 24th, I can't do.
But maybe the Wednesday, then the 25th.
So the 25th is a Wednesday?
No,
No.
he's got church.
Okay.
And we did the 26th.
I mean, we can always move it to the 30th, which is on a Monday. It's,
I'll be here.
Yeah. because-
if we make, let's call for March 30th, which is a Monday.
Which is a Monday. Yep. Works for me.
Here,
Yes.
what time?
Here.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Okay. All righty. Okay, now you had a motion, you had made a motion, Kim?
Yeah, so I have to change it. So I will move that we table this until a special call meeting on March 30th at 6 p.m. at the same location.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second that we table this request until after March 30th to move forward on this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Staff. Thank you. Okay. Okay, the next is the administrative report, 16. We'll move on very quickly with this. But I have to report, you know, we're still in consultation with the office of Matthew Winslow as it relates to the,
Did you skip his?
excuse me.
He skipped me.
Administrative, Sean.
Oh,
16.
sorry.
No, you're
Excuse
good.
me.
I thought maybe you're doing it at the
I'm
same time,
zooming.
sir.
I'm zooming. Excuse me, guys. Okay. Yeah. Okay, administrative report, Mr. Madeline.
Mayor, Town Council, thank you. Just a few things this month. Just to let you know, Jennifer Morgan, who served as our town finance director, is no longer with the town. Her last day with the town was February the 18th. Attached to the administrator's report is a narrative that identifies issues related to the town's pump stations. Staff has began remedy on that. There's some information in the narrative that talked about grant funds, the importance of getting some of it done, some things that have already been done, such as at the Horseshoe lift station. So you're aware of that, but any questions you have, concerns, feel free to stop by Town Hall, talk to myself or Lee. We can definitely bring you up to speed on this because it may be a lot of questions. So we wanted just to make you aware of what's going on there. Last but not least, the town of Louisburg will be closed for Good Friday on April the 3rd. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next is it's number 17, the Louisburg Promise discussion. I'm going to be very brief with this, council. I wanted to just share with you a plan, strategic plan that I had been working on and wanted to present to you for a while now. And after hearing everything that went along in this meeting tonight, this plan dovetails basically with everything that we talked about tonight. And I call it the Louisburg Promise. What is the Louisburg Promise? The Louisburg Promise is the town's first comprehensive and potentially fully funded 5-year strategic plan, a governing contract between this administration and every resident we serve. It is not a vision statement. It is an operational framework. 16 commitments organized under 4 strategic pillars, governed by 7 mechanisms of accountability system and capitalized by a $13.8 million diversified funding strategy spanning from 2026 to 2030. Why now? Louisburg faces pressures common to small municipalities across North Carolina: aging infrastructure, shifting state and federal funding priorities, and a workforce economy that has evolved faster than local systems has adapted. Simultaneously, the Research Triangle Park uh, continued expansion is creating a genuine window for economic opportunity for communities in the Franklin County corridor, a window that will not remain open indefinitely. The Louisburg Promise is the town's structured response to both challenges and opportunities. Now, here's what this is, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 pillars that this encompasses. And this is a strategic plan that has never been done before. And I'm offering this for the town of Louisburg. That is a promise to the citizens. And it covers 4 pillars. Briefly, those pillars are Pillar 1, economic vitality and smart growth. The goal is at least 350 new permanent jobs, retain 95% of existing businesses, and measurably grow the tax base. Pillar 2, community safety and quality of life. The goal for that is build a trusted, high-performing public safety system and a community where every resident is healthy, housed, and connected. Pillar 3, infrastructure and modernization. Address deferred maintenance, modernize core systems, and build the platform that supports every goal in this plan. And Pillar 4, education and community engagement. That is to invest in our people, Louisburg's most valuable asset. And as you can see in there, Council, you can see the detailed plan on what we plan to do. That is a general, quick synopsis. The details, I have the details as well. And I encourage you to study this. And we are going to be transparent as we move through this. Now, the first thing people would say, well, where is the money coming from? There's a plan for that. I have the plan. And the plan is for us to study and make recommendations and really, really see how we can move Louisburg forward. And I think this plan covers everything. And this $13.8 million for this plan is over 4 years. And take this, study it, digest it, and as we move on, you can ask questions and we can provide these questions because transparency is the main thing. And we want to be transparent to the citizens as well. And as we move through this process, you'll be able to get this plan at Town Hall. So for the time of, because we've been here, so I'm going to end it there and let you study the rest of it. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Number 18 is the mayor's report. We are in discussions, still in discussions with the Matthew Winslow's office for being reimbursed for the expense that we incurred in the election back in October, which was $18,000. This, as we said before, was an expense that was thrown onto the town without us knowing, without us asking for it at all. And usually, we all know that when a state agency gives a mandate to a town or a municipality to do something, normally they would send some funding for it. However, that was not the case. And everything is still pending in Mr. Winslow's office. I've communicated with him twice. And we are in the third response stage for this. Haven't heard anything. But we are not going to let this die because this is your money. And we talked tonight about taxpayers' money. So We're gonna do everything we can to recover our taxpayers' money, which is rightfully so for us. Thank you, and I'll keep you abreast on that as well. Remember, transparency is the key. Thank you. Okay. Next is the division accomplishments. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and council. One last time, just want to give a quick update for some Division of Public Services accomplishments. You know, we've got about 35 employees in the operations division, and outside of the work they do on a daily basis, a lot of them do a lot of work to pursue certifications and skills that benefit the community and the organization. The electric department recently received the American Public Power Association's Award for Safety Excellence. Matthew Tedder, he just completed his Electricity's Apprentice Line Worker Level 3 certification. Tyler Layton completed his Electricity's Apprentice Line Worker Level 2 certification. Hunter Hill successfully passed his State of North Carolina Cross Connection Control Operator certification. Fun fact, it's got a 59% success rate over a 36-year average. And Adam Johnson completed his State of North Carolina B Surface Water Treatment Operator certification, which has a 54% pass rate since 1990. So these are some significant exams and significant work obviously goes into them. So I just want to take the time to give them kudos and acknowledge their hard work. Thank you.
Okay. Next is the police report. Chief Lincoln. Okay. All right. All right. We'll study that. Fire Department, Chief Russell. All right. Okay. Council comments. We'll start with you, Councilman Stover. What would you like to say?
I think I'll pass. We haven't been here long enough.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Woods. All right. Councilman Tinsley.
I got stuff. I'm sorry. I'll keep it quick though. Had the opportunity over the last few months to be able to go to some state training with the NC School of Government. You know, addressing areas of municipal government, legal procedures, et cetera. It was exciting. I'm always willing to learn stuff and the betterment of our community. So I'm grateful for that opportunity for us to go out there. And I want to give an applause to, you know, Chief also for the chili cook-off. It was great to see a community event that came in. So applaud you guys for a well-organized event for a great cause. So thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Wright.
For the last month, there was a few things I attended at the senior center and helping with the food giveaway and stuff, and taking some of the senior boxes. And also, Lisa Small is having an Easter egg hunt. I given it to the council. I have a few more flyers here, and it's on March 29th from 3 to 5:30 at the vacant lot up at South Main Street. And she'll have face painting, bouncer houses, music, food, ice cream, and an Easter bunny. And she's inviting everybody to come out. And that'll be on the 5th Sunday, yeah. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Baker.
Nothing to add. Thank you all who stuck it out for this, sharing a few hours of your time with us.
Right. Councilman Ross.
Yes, I was able to also be a part of the government, school government as well. I was late coming to the chili cook-off, but I made it. I had 2 other engagements before that. So I was a little late getting there, but I was able to get there. And just wish everyone well.
Thank you. Okay. The next thing is item 23 is a closed session. I'd like to get a motion to go into closed session where we will discuss, GS 143, that's 318-11, A3 for legal, and GS 143, 318-11, that's A5 for contract, and GS 143, 318-11, that's A6 for personnel. Yes, you need a motion to go into our closed session. It's been moved and properly seconded that we'll go into closed session to discuss these legal, contract, and personnel items. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Okay. All right, thank you. It's been moved and properly second that we come back into open session. All in favor?
Wait, what did you say? Hold on.
I think she's gotta get the recorder.
In open session.
She needs a recorder out and everything.
Yeah, I gotta have my recorder and everything. Hold on.
Oh.
Being so forward.
That's when you go home tonight.
Hold on. We're coming back in.
Somebody said the Wednesday, it's almost Wednesday.
All right,
That was back when we started.
who did motion come back in?
I did.
Second. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, council, for coming back in. Let it be known that we approved a
We did.
Yeah, we did already. We did.
Yeah, that's the first thing he did. He had these set down.
Okay. We approved the settlement for, our former fireman Jeffrey Henthorn. Jeremy Henthorn.
That's legal action.
Contract.
Contracts, I would propose a motion that we approve a contract with Beverly Stroud Accounting to assist us with our immediate bookkeeping efforts and help prepare us for our audits.
Then we gotta go back and put Sean.
Okay.
We'll do that
Yeah,
next.
after
That's
this
two
one.
different.
Okay.
It's moved, it's been moved and properly second that we approve the contract for, the lady.
For outside accounting services.
For Miss Beverly Stroud to assist, in our accounting department. Get a second.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second that we approve, what was it? Beverly Stroud, to assist in our accounting department. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now.
Okay, I move that we reassign the Economic Development Director position to the, just be under the town manager.
Sir. It's been moved and properly second that we move the economic development position back under the town administrator. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, so moved.
Well, I move we be adjourned.
It's been moved and properly second that we adjourn.
Amen.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, I got